Going live. This is TrampCast Hangout. I think number 18. You would have to check back to confirm that. I've certainly called this 18 as I've prepared it in my notes now. Well, in the title. I'm not 100% sure. Oh, I haven't put my light on here. Let's. Is this going to make a difference? Not really. Makes a difference to me. Okay, folks. Is there anybody out there? And is anybody going to say hello in chat? Live chat, not top chat. You want all messages. Whoa, what's dropping? Is that a breadstick? That's a breadstick. Here you go, babe. Tina, breadstick. That's for you. Hello, hello. Cheers. Jag attack. This is a recording. Beep. Okay, mate. I wasn't sure there was going to be anybody out there. It seems to be off to a slow start. Oh, I think people are coming in now. I might have been a little bit premature at starting. I might have started a minute early. Hello, Josie. Over here, okay. We're starting to arrive, people. We're starting to arrive. We shall do the traditional things. We shall have a look around in a moment. Let's have a look. Look at this. It's Santa's grotto. My light was, in fact, just tricking me. Farmer's not here to comment on it, but the light did, in fact, I had it balanced on the other light, and it was, in fact, jumping off and coming at me. So I've had to move it. And over here, is it raining? It's either just started raining or we've got an insect. It could be a moth. There's Tina over there. Look. Hey, babe. Tina, girl. Tina? Hello. Say hello to the peoples. No? Okay. Feet for the perverts. Woohoo! I don't know who those people are, but there are all sorts of people around who have their little kinks. So there was the feet. It's raining, folks. It's raining. Ever so slightly. Well, that's a surprise. I wasn't expecting that. Okay. We're, what, 3 minutes in? I wonder if anybody else is going to join us. The numbers seem to be quite low tonight. Just scrolling back in case. No, I don't think I've missed anything. Rain is good. Then the stone throwers don't come. This is true, Josie. This is true. They wouldn't usually be out this late at night, although we did have that one on Friday Friday night that was late. So yeah, I think it was Friday night. You okay, Tina? Okay, babe. It's just a bit of rain. Come here, babe. You're okay. Come for a cuddle. Come for a cuddle. No? Okay, babe. I got you. You're okay. You're okay. She doesn't like it. She's not sure what's going on. We don't hear rain often, do we? Not this time of year as well. But, okay, there's Suzanne. Hello. Suzanne in Preston. People are arriving then. Did we ever get an explanation of this name, this Hebooks? I feel like some kind of, I feel like an explanation is warranted. Did you just throw down some random letters one day, or what? Not sure. Do you know what I've done, folks? So here's This is the back of a light. So it's a light and a fan. And I've got the batteries, and I've lost one of the batteries. It's the damnedest thing. I've said this about living in a tent. I lose things so easily, and I have no idea where they go. Now, usually, they'll come back because they can't have gone very far, can they? They're here. When you lose things, they're still here, generally. But this... it escaped me. Literally escaped me. Okay. I'm guessing that Josie was born in 1962. And so she's acknowledging the Hibuks 62. But we still, Suzanne isn't giving us any kind of clue as to why Hibuks. But good evening, Suzanne. But yeah, So I did TrampCast earlier, as many of you will have noticed, and yeah, I got distracted a little bit, didn't I? I had my rant about the Spanish legal system, and then we had the kids that were throwing stones at the tent that were quite the distraction. When they were hiding in the trees just through the field here and throwing stones. Little buggers. It's French for owls, and that's her nickname. Okay. You live and you learn. Here's one then. There are only two kinds of birds of prey, two groups of birds of prey. Most birds of prey fall into the category of raptors, and the only other group of birds of prey are the owls. There you go. I just thought I'd throw that out there just to show off, a bit of knowledge. There are only two groups of birds of prey: raptors and owls. Now you know. What else are we going to talk about, folks? I haven't, again, I'm woefully, oh, cheers, Jack Attack. I am woefully underprepared for this. Not much in the way of science news, I don't think. I tried looking around for some articles earlier, but didn't find much that kind of struck with me. Didn't find much at all. It's almost like there's not a lot happening in the world of science at the minute. Or at least in the media that reports science, I guess. So I don't know. Can you hear? I think she's asleep and kind of snoring. Hey, babe. Hey. Oh, did I wake you? I just thought you sounded so cute with your breathing. You are awake, yeah? That's okay. That's okay. I seem to be surrounded by it's all quite colourful. My plain lights are a little bit subdued. I don't think they mustn't have got very much sun on the little solar panel earlier. Those are quite subdued. These ones are quite bright and pretty. Usually they're not that bold. These are powered by batteries, so that's a bit different. But yeah. Now I think I just missed a message or two. Let me have a look. Why red witch? I'm a witch and have red hair with a silver. I'm gonna go stripe. What do we call that? It's a mallard. Is it a mallard streak? Maybe. Only 10 weeks and then we're in Torrevieja again, Josie. Only 10 weeks. Yeah, that's nice. Um, I'm becoming old. Um, I I can't comment. When your face is this white, when the hair on your face is this white, everything below here and above isn't. It's. I've been accused in the past of dyeing my hair, which I've never ever done. Um, Mike, did you say that Mike is not your name? I did. I've said it right from the very beginning. The Delta Mike thing is my initials, DM. Um, uh, so my old so I had a phone and a Google account, obviously an Android account. Everybody has to in order to make your phone work. And when my phone stopped working after being hit in floods, and two ladies bought me a phone, I had to come up with a new. I had to come up with a new username on the spur of the moment, like just right there and then in the phone shop. So I went with my initials, and I went with the NATO variation, the NATO phonetic alphabet. So DM is Delta Mike. That wasn't good enough, so I had to stick a Torrevieja on the end, Delta Mike Torrevieja, and it's all just gone from there. And obviously, everyone was going to call me Mike. There's an element of privacy. I have family back in the UK who maybe wouldn't be too impressed to be associated with a homeless tramp, homeless guy. So I just ran with the Delta Mike, and everyone calls me Mike, and I accept it, and it works. I don't generally reveal my real name. If anyone contacts me real world, if you contact me by email, messenger, I do give out my real name. I use it all the time. It's not like it's a major secret. I just don't splash it around on the interwebs too much. Uh, if you watch TrampCast 001, I dox myself there about 4 times. Every time I cuddle the dog and I tell her to come to daddy, and then I give my name. Without thinking, it was just like instinctive. It was just, yeah. Um, so it's not like an ultra massive secret. It's not. It's certainly not to con anybody or it's not a deception. I said right from TrampCast 001 that Mike's not my real name, but I respond to it. It's what everybody calls me. It's what everybody was always going to call me. So it's just that. It is just that. It's a little bit of privacy, I guess. It's a little bit of protecting my family back home, perhaps. Um, it is as it is. It's just that, yeah. Uh, yeah, a nickname, yeah. It, it's it's gonna be that now, isn't it? It's because it's out there. But if you want to know my real name, either send me an email or usually when I thank people after a donation on PayPal, I will I will answer and usually include my name at the end. Um, Possibly not always, but not deliberately. Just forget maybe. Um, I might not even have I thanked Suzanne directly. Maybe not after the PayPal donation recently. That would be a big mistake if I haven't thanked you already. But no. You watched the first stream the other day and didn't notice. A lot of people don't. I literally doxed myself about 4 times, 3 or 4 times in TrampCast 001. Not my first video, but my first live stream. TrampCast 001. I reach for the dog. I think I do it within the first few minutes. I grab her and I say, "Oh, come to daddy," and just drop my name just right in there. Yeah. Hey, Tina. Okay, babe. I think it wasn't it last Sunday that she wouldn't settle and she first started to look awkward and uncomfortable, and I think we're getting that again today. I think it's a very warm. I'm just looking for the thermometer. I must have moved it. I don't think it's not immediately to hand, is it? It's very warm in here again, folks. Very warm. It's got to be somewhere up around 30 degrees in here. Hold on, what just happened? G7. My mother is a piece of crap. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, okay, yeah, friends you pick yourself, yeah, family you're kind of stuck with, aren't you? But yeah, it's there's some kind of argument back home. I'm not fully in on all of it, but you guys are gonna see me in the news. I'm already getting an impression that we're gonna be blocking you any second now, pal. Yeah, you're gone. That's not even something that we wanna hide user on this channel. You're gone. I got a feeling that's someone who's looking for some kind of attention, but you're not getting it here. Random letters in the username, and then it sounds like he's making some kind of threats. You're gonna see me, I'm gonna be in the news, I'm gonna kill someone, just fuck off, you're gone. Oh, Cheds, hello. I'm gonna say Paul, and you're gonna correct me and tell me whether I'm right or wrong. I think you're Paul. If you're not Paul, you're Chris, and I'll apologise, but I'll go with Paul for now until you correct me. So yeah, we've just do you guys still see that guy, or message deleted? I had to hide him. I got no idea where he was going with any of that. Fan on was okay last time, says Jack Attack. Yeah, I could do that if oh, maybe not where I've got the eco flow at the minute. And then I look up there and I'd have to move the eco flow. And then I'd have to move a bunch of other stuff to accommodate the eco flow. Be awkward. If it doesn't cool down soon, and if she does like struggle, then maybe. But I'm not gonna rush to it. She looks like she's settled for now. We'll see. We'll roll with it for now, folks. We'll roll with it. I see we still got more people arriving. Hello. Do I know you guys? Are you known to me? Are you just dropping in out of curiosity? What's all this about a tramp? You not got a fan, Mike? I do have a fan indeed. I've got an electric fan. It's a little power hungry. Well, no, that's wrong. It's not power hungry. The EcoFlow is a little inefficient once you turn on the inverter. That's the word I was looking for. Once you turn on the alternating current, the 220 volts. Um, so the fan only uses about 20 watts, but the inverter saps an extra 30 watts just for having the inverter on. So I'm already low on power as well. Relatively low. Don't get me wrong. It's not critical. 75%. I had the cool box on earlier when the after the sun had gone off the solar panel, so we lost a bit of power there. Um, I could put a fan on, and last time we only needed to run it for about 10 minutes, and it felt cooler in here. Put it on for like 10 minutes each hour, it could be fine. I'd have to go running around in the dark, and I'd have to reposition the EcoFlow. I'd have to move some cups and some. I've got some cream crackers, Jacob's cream crackers. I think they're Jacob's. Let me have a look. Are they actual Jacob's? I don't think they are. It says something like River Coal? River Court, maybe? But they're cream crackers anyway. They are very like the originals. I'm not sure, but I'd have to move those and some other things. Crackers and cheddar. Yeah, well, somewhere here I've got cheddar. I don't know what I've lost food in bed, folks. Doesn't that sound awful? I have got a. It was a big block of cheddar, and but there's only the remnants of it. But it's here or hereabouts, possibly on the floor. What's that? That's my last 2 cans of beer down there. Here's the third of the. What am I going to do, folks, when I run out of beer? But somewhere here, I've misplaced it somehow. I've misplaced my block of cheese. That'll be attracting the mice, won't it? The fuck? What have I done? Yeah, I've got to be a little bit careful here, folks. There's a spoon for some reason here in bed, but there's also this this knife. I don't know. I don't know the who, how, what, when, where, whys of it all. But yeah, I've lost a block of cheese, or the remnants of a block of cheese. As I was asking before, folks, I see that there are 12 people here now. Do you want to introduce yourself in chat? Do you want to say hello? We don't bite. I can't bite. I've got no fucking teeth. Couldn't bite if I wanted, even if you asked nicely. I couldn't bite. But I am a tramp. I live in a tent. I'm in a field in a country where I don't speak the language, and you are most welcome to join us this what is night for me here now. It's coming up on what 25 past 10, 25 past 9 in the UK, 25 past 4 Eastern in the US, I think, and Canada. Tina is not constipated. No, we've just been for a walk, and I had to pick up the doings. She has been a little off her food the past few days, but she did eat earlier, and yeah, I'm a little concerned that she's a little off her food. I'm wondering whether it might be a pain thing, but I don't know. Steve, hello, hello. Tina, Uncle Steve. Yeah. Yeah. He's back in England. Why only 4 thumbs up? This is, well, it's just 5 here now, so thank you for that at least. But yes, folks, what are you doing? Hit the bloody button. How very dare you? Crackers and cheddar. I'm just working back, make sure that I don't miss anything. Got mine on full blast and it's only about 15 degrees. Okay. Okay, and then I'm back to that guy that I've blocked. Akadaka, that's my AC/DC loving friend, if I remember correctly. Are you in Australia? Remind me, Akadaka, if you're still here. Miami Rose, did you find what the banging noises were? Gives a clue. Which banging when? We've had belt repositioning slightly. I'm not sure, Jack Attack, because the belt was on for months in one fixed position, and now, I guess, yeah, now that it's broken, the clasp or whatever's broken, and I am putting it on. I'm not going to say at random, but yeah, there is movement there. Yeah, it's possibly that. She hasn't indicated any pain, so possibly just a general discomfort around her stomach. If I don't get the belt in the right spot, if it's not on her waist properly, possibly, mate. Possibly, yeah. I don't know. Oh, the when it was like thunder. No, that when I was doing the video and it was rumbling in the background. I mean, I can only think thunder, but I mean, it wasn't a motorbike. It wasn't like a lorry. I mean, it was off. I mean, there was the one time we had it like that, and it turned out it was an earthquake, and I was literally listening to the ground shake. No, the one when I was doing the video, when I was doing yeah. That was one of my ranty videos as well, wasn't it? So it didn't distract me too long because I was deep in rant territory about the Spanish legal system. Have you read those papers yet? Tomorrow morning. Tomorrow. I'm reading them tomorrow. I'm relaxing tonight and I'm not reading legal paperwork. I am procrastinating, but tomorrow between 10 and 11 I will read those papers and do whatever I need to do to throw out whatever verdict they came up with. I don't understand why after 5.5 years they've suddenly gone ahead with a court case. I certainly don't understand how they did a court case without inviting me. You can't do that. You can't not invite like the fucking star guest to the court case. I mean, what are you doing? I'm not going to go off on one again, folks. I'm not doing that now. Oscar in Nottinghamshire. Hello, hello. You just came across the channel. Nice of you to be here and stop by and introduce yourself, my friend. Thank you. Nottinghamshire. Where am I trying to think of? Workshops, Nottinghamshire, isn't it? On the border there. Is it Worksop? It's on the border with, you've got Yorkshire, Derbyshire, Nottinghamshire all close together. I might have my geography a little wrong. I was a kid. We went to. Haven't had much to do with Nottinghamshire. But yeah, okay, thank you. Welcome aboard, my friend. I am, as I said, I'm a homeless Englishman trapped by circumstance in Spain. They will undoubtedly want me to leave the country at some point, which is interesting because I did try once and they wouldn't let me leave. Um, yeah, that's interesting. If you've ever been arrested at an airport, you've got your hand luggage with you. I got a heavy bag with me, and then you're in handcuffs, and they make you carry your own bag. The Spanish police are bastards like that. So you're carrying your own bag in your handcuffs, and then they march you through the entire airport. I think they make a special journey to make you walk past everyone, everywhere in the airport. They walk you around in circles for half an hour just so that everybody gets to see your embarrassment. Um, I kind of laughed and told myself, these people don't matter. They're never going to see me again. I don't know them. I'm never going to see them. If I saw that bloke who's looking at me, if I saw him again tomorrow, I wouldn't know it. I mean, I'm bad with names and faces and shit anyway, but these are all just just random people in a crowd. I I got past being embarrassed within about 10 seconds. But the police did seem to take me on a magical mystery tour of the whole fucking airport. Um, and then we had the issue with me trying to explain to them that I've got bags that have been checked in and that need to be taken off the plane. Your bags can't go without you. Ah, Akadaka, I remember correctly. It is okay. Down Albury Way in New South Wales. I'm not, my geography for Australia is not good. New South Wales, that's is that the bottom right, what you might call the southeast, Sydney and Great Barrier Reef and stuff off that way. I'm not middle of winter, of course. Yeah, yeah, yeah. If there were earthquakes, I'd be the safest in Torrevieja. Yeah, I mean that was quite the rumble the other week. I asked a question in one of the, I think it must have been a live stream somewhere around Christmas. I did three or four over Christmas and New Year, and I asked whether what do you call them? The stations that detect earthquakes. I asked if thunder is picked up by those tracking stations because we had rolling, rumbling like 30 seconds, and I was sat on the bed here, and the ground was, I could feel the thunder like in my backside on my back. So thunder must be detectable by I still haven't got the word, seismic tracking stations. But I'm guessing if it's only detected in one station, it's disregarded. If it's not being detected in three or four other ones all around, then it's a local phenomena like a truck or thunder. Um, Earthworks, I guess, would be detected similarly if there was a pile driver or a pneumatic drill or something. Um, so they must rule things out if it's only detected in one place and not the others. And I'm guessing thunder must be the same. But yeah, then a few weeks ago, I thought I was listening to thunder, and I thought, oh, that was quite the thunder. And then it starts lighting up on Twitter, earthquake in Torrevieja, and I can't remember what they measured it at, 3.2, 3.3, and then they backtracked over time. They downgraded it to 2.8 or 2.9. But yeah, out in the center of this field, as long as we don't get something really bad and have like a landslide into the sea, as long as this cliff top doesn't go that way, but it would be huge if it did, because we're 150 meters away, somewhere approximating that. It's like the power cut the other week, folks. The power cut the other week. I didn't know about it until 4 hours later, 4 hours later. Only when I saw people like fucking standing on one leg trying to get their phone to work. And then I checked mine, and mine was off as well. Oh, incidentally, my phone will go off tonight, perhaps at midnight. This is my renewal with Labara. The money's already paid. It's already in their account, but sometimes shit still happens. So if you lose me in an hour and a half, if you lose me around midnight Spanish time for a couple of minutes, bear with me. I will be back. The other alternative is that you'll just hear a big loud plink on my phone when a text message arrives telling me that I've been renewed. I got about 160 gigabytes rolling over, and I don't think it all does roll over, so I will lose some of that, but because I don't have storage space, I can't save anything. I haven't been downloading that much. Jack Attack, before you ask, no, I still did not get past episode 10 of Person of Interest. I'm still stuck at episode 3 of Station 11. What else did I download this week? I started downloading the Martian thing, the War of the Worlds with Jared Martin, was he called, that we were talking about one day this week or last. I have downloaded about 5 episodes of the 1990s TV series War of the Worlds, but as yet I haven't watched a single one. Maybe tonight after we finish here, or tomorrow, maybe. I'll find out. But yeah, I jammed my phone is like run out of disk space. I always say disk space. That's a bad habit of mine. I still view them as disks, spinning metal, spinning bits of ferrous metal, and they're not, are they? It's all NAND flash gates and I don't know, whatever it goes to make up modern storage. I know not what the technology is nowadays. I'm an old man and I'm out of date with it. But NAND sounds right. Not and. Not sure. Maybe making that up. I'm going to scroll. I'm going to see how far back I am. If there was an earthquake, you'd be safe. So by 12, you know what is in it. So by 12 tomorrow, I will have read the papers if that's where we're going. Yeah, I haven't touched the papers yet, but 6 years would be statutory barred. I need context. I'm lost as to where we're going there. Unless you're talking about me and my eviction from Spain. Possibly. And Rich, that was Oscar, yeah? Okay, it's good that Netherlands isn't so big. Everyone knows Amsterdam. Oh, I had one of the worst nights in my life in Amsterdam. No. Shush. Well, technically, I guess you're not in Amsterdam. Schiphol Airport. What do they call that style of architecture that makes things awkward to sit on? So the chairs, the seats were metal on concrete and were freezing cold, and were sloped in such a way, and they were uncomfortable. They were like cheese graters. You didn't want to sit on them. And then I had a heart attack when they announced, get this, they announced the airport was closing. That worried me. It was like 10 o'clock, maybe 11 o'clock at night. I was due on a plane at 7:30 in the morning, and I had no way to get from where I was down in Kerkrade, down near Maastricht. I had no way of leaving there in the morning and getting to where I needed to be in time. So I had to go to the airport the night before. And every hour on the hour, the police came round with big fuck-off truncheons, big wooden sticks ready to hit you, and demanded ID. Even when it was the same man that had just been around an hour earlier, they just made a point that woke you up all the time, every time. Who are you? Why are you here? Why did you not come in the morning? Why are you here now? And he had to explain, and it was cold and drafty, and none of the seats were nice. It was all, everything was designed so that you couldn't just sit down for like 3 or 4 hours. There's a word for it when they make architecture, hostile architecture, I think it's called. When you make it so that people can't sleep on park benches and things because you shape them so that it's all impossible. When you make bus stops, the shelter at the bus parade, you make it so it leaks, so that they're not waterproof, so you can't just stand in the shelter. You're going to get rained on regardless. Even though it looks like a shelter, it's not a shelter. Hostile architecture. And yeah, Schiphol Airport. Now, the announcement that it was going to close was because it's a big train station. It's also a big shopping centre, Schiphol Airport. And it was all of that other stuff that was closing. No more trains, no more shops. Everything was closing. So if you didn't have business in the airport, you were supposed to leave. But obviously I'm there for the first time in my life, and I'm being told airport's closing. And I'm like, oh, fuck, what does this mean? Where do I go? I went to try and get into one of the hotels, and I'm saying, well, I just want a bed for 4 hours, 5 hours until morning, kind of thing. And they wanted like 1,500 euros, and I was like, fuck, that's not. What are you talking about, lad? That's not happening. Get off. So I just went back into the airport, and I went to the arrivals lounge. Has chairs. Departures you couldn't get to without going through security, and you couldn't go through security until your plane's almost due for takeoff. You know, you need to be within a few hours. Yeah, no, one of the worst nights of my life. Whoa, handcuffs over the top. But in America, they only handcuff behind, except if pregnant. The number of women aged 50 who are pregnant is unbelievable. Everybody claims it, yeah? Yeah, I think that's what is jagged tag. I think that the seismometer, whatever they're called, will probably pick it up, but it gets discounted if it's not over a certain level or picked up in multiple locations. Yeah, there's Oscar reminding me that he's called Oscar. Not far from Major Oak, Edwin Stowe. Edwin Stowe. Just subscribe, okay, mate. The sun is going crazy this year. Lots of solar flares. Yeah, there have. Yeah. The Northern Lights seen quite far south in the UK, and even this is what always gets me. I only learnt this fact a short while ago, that the contiguous United States, the most northerly part of the contiguous US, the most northerly part is further south than anywhere in Britain. But parts of the US were seeing the Northern Lights a few weeks ago. That's spectacular. Finch will not be happy. No, I'm not person of interest. I did like the program, and I've got to get there. I like all of those things that have a Mega Man in them. When you've got when you've got that man who's kind of trained to kill and can handle anything and can, you know, the guy in the suit, I can't remember his name, but yeah. Here we go. Jack attacks off doing my fact checking for me. Seismometers can register thunder, even though it's primarily an atmospheric phenomenon. Sound waves it produces can generate vibrations in the ground. Like I said, I sat here at Christmas. It's in one of those. I did 4 streams over Christmas, Christmas Eve, Boxing Day, New Year's Eve, maybe New Year's Day. Can't remember. I did 3 or 4 streams, and one of them I could feel the thunder in my backside while I was laying on the bed here. Yeah. Can detect seismic events. Yeah. Often referred to as thunderquakes. Now I've got a new word. Oh, we do like a new word. That's nice. Thunderquakes or thunder-induced seismics. That's not as catchy. Thunderquakes. 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 Oh! That was Lionel, wasn't it? Did you check the info on the HP laptop? Is it useful for you? It would be very much useful for me, Josie. Yes, 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 please. I didn't specifically look it up. I'm not sure. Maybe while I was playing back the TrampCast, maybe I snoozed for a moment and missed the notes, missed the chat, maybe. But I would appreciate a laptop of any sort. Please, just yes, 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 please. Um, where are we going here? I feel like I've missed something because you make a comment and you say the Spanish cops are worse. I certainly do. The Spanish police are very keen to go hands-on, and they know that there is minimal chance of any kind of repercussions for their behaviour. Mr. Reese, it was indeed the handy lad on Person of Interest, Mr. Reese. But yet, no, the Spanish police are very keen to go hands-on, very keen to go violent. And because it's illegal to record them and because they don't wear body cams, there was the case, I think I mentioned this a couple of weeks ago, there was a football match over here. Might have been a World Cup qualifier or something. And the Spanish police started pushing and shoving someone around next to the coach, next to the bus that the football players would be travelling on. And they initiated violence without realizing that it wasn't just a bystander they were fighting. It was one of the players from the team, and it made a minor ripple in the media. You know, it was a thing in the news for a couple of days, and then it goes away because that's just how the Spanish police are. Everyone just accepts it. It's never going to go anywhere and be a big deal because everybody just knows it happens. The Spanish people are frightened of their police, and they seem to like it that way and don't view it as being wrong in any way. This fact rubs me up the wrong way. This fact annoys me immensely. The citizenry should not be afraid of their police. I don't know. I guess you can't tell another country how to behave and how to make their police behave. But it does rankle with me. It does rub me up the wrong way. Meh, what can you do? Harold Finch, okay, yeah. Yours in the second week of September. Thank you, Josie. That would be lovely. Thank you. You've not met Root yet. No, I remember when she first appeared in it. I did watch. I did watch quite a lot of this first time around when it was on TV. Person of interest. Yeah, she out Finch's Finch when it comes to computers, doesn't she? Yeah, the awful chairs at the airport. Yeah. Um, oh, I think Jack Attack's he's seen more of it from me. I don't know what Samin is. I'm taking that to another character, probably another hacker type person in person of interest. I haven't got there yet. No. Yeah, yeah. Root is one of those words in computeriness, isn't it? To get root access to a system is to be the ultimate administrator. No spoilers. Let me. Okay, I think we're up to date with chat. Oh, maybe not. Okay, yeah, no. I'm not reading anymore. I'm no spoilers. No spoilers. Oh, what could I say? I'm not going to say it. No. Me and my computeriness and my hackeriness. I've mentioned once or twice computer security and internet security was my profession once upon a time. I'll probably not say any more than that. Probably not say any more than that. But what are we going to talk about now, folks? 15 of you here now, and only 8 thumbs up. Maybe I need to. Do I need to smack I'll smack the computer. See whether we can't nudge that number up a little bit. Do you miss your work? Yes, very much so. I'll be honest. I mean, my business was web design, and web design was, well, not design sounds wrong. That's not really the right word. I was a programmer at what became called an integrator. When you're running a system like Joomla, a content management system, and there are all these different add-ons available, and you've got all these different clients who are all running a different set of add-ons. But you get these requests from people. I want it to be like Facebook, but like Amazon, but with some eBay. And their budget's like £500, and they want, you know what I mean? They want the world. They want you to make them the next Amazon or the next Facebook, and they've got £5.50 to spend. It was very wearing in the end, very tiring, dampening people's expectations, and you're building things out for people who don't understand what they're asking for. They don't understand what's involved. They don't want to know what's involved. And so when you're explaining why something's not possible or why it's unrealistic within their budget, they don't want to hear it. And then you've got the flip side. In January or February, you start getting requests from people in the public sector, people in government, who realise that they've got £100,000 left in their budget still, and they need to start spending it quick, otherwise they won't have that money next year. And they start requesting things, and you'll give them a quote and say, yeah, we could do this, and maybe 5,000, maybe 7,000, and they start tutting. And you're thinking, oh, have I gone too high with my quote? No, they wanted to spend 5 times as much or 10 times as much, and you've undershot, and you've lost the job, because they wanted to spend 20 grand and you've quoted them two. That's frustrating. But you get these inquiries. You have to try. When you're quoting somebody over the phone, they tell you what you want, and you try and give them like a ballpark to begin with, and later on you're gonna narrow it in. You're gonna put some numbers on paper and come up with a proper spec. And there's a lot of work involved in specking out a job, and you're still not even receiving money at this point. You're spending time and effort, days, sometimes weeks, on a project proposal, and you're not even guaranteed any money. That can be hard. But then when you realize that you've quoted a number and that you're off by a factor of 5 or a factor of 10, and that you're under, they were wanting to really spend. You almost wanted to report them to somebody and you know, this is how government departments are. They've got a budget this year, and if that money's still in the can, if that money is still in their possession come April the 6th in the UK, isn't it, the end of the tax year? If that money's still in their budget, then they won't get it again next year. Their budget will be reduced by that amount. And so they're all out there trying to just spend. And you're trying to realistically price a project proposal and maybe milk it a little bit, take some of that money. But you don't want to be going off like by a factor of 10 just because, hey, it's public money. That was hard. That I didn't enjoy that part of it. Trying to make different bits of equipment work with each other. Yeah, printers, scanners, and the more that they're trying to make it all automatically work nowadays. What's this Wi-Fi thing called? You push a button and everything should just connect to each other and just work. Yeah, no. Yeah. Oscar, yeah, the wrong tweet get you arrested thing, yeah. I've lost weeks of my life trying to make different pieces of equipment see each other on a network. And whether you're hard coding an IP address or leaving them to be kind of auto discovered each time you restart stuff. And then the different bits of software, HP printers, fuck HP. The more they try to automate it, the more you're putting in the way and making it all just go wrong. Thomas, hello there, Thomas. Did I know you were here? I'm not sure I did. Norway local governments love splurge. Yeah, spending on GB. Oh, IT projects in general. Yeah, government and IT projects. I could tell you some tales, my friend. I'm probably not going to. I did. Okay, how do I tell this? Okay. In the city in which I lived, there was this company that got all the headlines, all the attention. They were always in the paper. Every week they had PR pieces about them hiring new people, doing new things. They were the biggest and bestest IT. They were, when I told people what I did, all they would mention to me was this other company. Nobody knew my company. I did things exactly in reverse. Ordinarily, when you're like a sole trader and you start with your own business and then you do some jobs maybe for family or for neighbors, and then you do something for the man next door works for a company, so you do something for his company, and then someone hears about you and you get the job and you do the local rugby club and I did the hospital, and so many businesses grow like you start small and your circle of influence goes that way. No, not me. I announced to the world. So I was big on this content management system called Joomla, Joomla. Um, Joomla to the Dutch maybe because if the J doesn't have a D before it first, but most of us in the English speaking will call it Joomla, and I decided to focus on this and that this was what I was going to do. I'd been teaching people, I'd been building computers, I'd been teaching people how to use computers, teaching them in their own homes, going to their houses and teaching them. And I'd built up a little circle of customers locally, but I decided that what I was going to do was this web design stuff and these websites. Design's not the right phrase, but I was going to manage websites for people. I'd already done the local hospice and the rugby club and some businesses and built out. But I said on a website, I said, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this full time. And the next day, I got 2 phone calls. One from a Japanese electronics multinational company, and one from an American company that made templates for Joomla. So you had your website with your articles in, and you manage your articles through the website. You just log in and edit pages just there and then. But you could drop in a template and change the look of your whole website just like that. And this American company rang me up and said, we'll buy 50% of you, 50% of your time. We saw your announcement. We've seen your work in the past. I think I'd even done a little bit of database wrangling for them, a little bit of database manipulation, converting a WordPress site to Joomla, I think it was. But they said, hey, tell us your hourly rate. We'll take 50% of you. We'll take 20 hours a week. And between those 2 jobs, the Japanese multinational electronics company and the Americans, that was me set. That was me. That was my business. That was me up and running. I was sorted. Later on, we had little outfits like the United Nations. We had multinational peacekeeping organizations. There were some membership organizations, folks, that you can't just join. If you wanted to join this membership organization, it was one of my customers, you had to get your king or queen or president to sign paperwork to join these organizations. So I started off with this, like with these worldwide major organizations, and nobody in my hometown knew who the fuck I was. But yeah, whenever I mentioned, web design, okay, you're like that company. Fuck. They were the bane of my existence, just hearing about that company. Let me scroll. I'm scrolling. I'm scrolling. WPS. Where are we going with WPS? I'm lost. Are you WordPress? WordPress is what I was saying. I think that's where you're going. Oh, okay, WPS, the Wi-Fi. Okay, yeah, the automated thing where you just press a button and everything on Wi-Fi is supposed to just connect. Sounds like the most dangerous shit possible to me. Stuff just auto-configuring, and you're just opening a system up and saying, yeah, for the next 30 seconds, anything that tries to connect, let it connect. What could possibly go wrong? I know there's backwards and forwards, there's a handshake, there's keys being exchanged, But yeah, no, I'm not. Yeah, sounds really wrong to me, and I'm sure it probably fails 99 times out of 100. Like all automated systems, they all go wrong. They all fail. Yeah. I wondered, I wasn't sure where we were going there because I'd been mentioning WordPress, talking about websites, and then I saw WPS. You lost me, you confused me for a second. But yeah, it's all far too modern and clever. And I was a one for assigning IP addresses manually, maintaining that whatever that dot file's called, where you list them. Oh, in Windows, what was that called? It's it's not going to come to me. There's a file on Windows, isn't there, where anything networking looks at that file before any requests are made out, and so you can block and you can set self-referential addresses like 127.0.0.1, the loop back, the callback address. HD access is protecting on servers and things, Linux in particular. But there's one on Windows. Is it the localhost file? Is it just called localhost? No, that's an address. That's not the name of the file. I can't remember, and it's a long time ago, and I'm way out of date with all of this stuff. I'm living in a field, folks. I haven't looked at a proper computer in 5 years. I've got one. I've got my Intel NUC. Dumb name for a fucking whole computer platform. The next unit of computing. NUC, the NUC. Maybe I've still got one at a friend's house, but she's not talking to me, so I'll never see it. Hosts. Yeah, probably. Hosts file, yeah. That sounds like the thing I am referring to. And that's where you can block like advertising addresses and stuff, isn't it? You can so any requests that that go out from your computer, you can have them kind of redirected or blocked. Oh, Tina. Oh, darling. She has expelled noxious gases out of her posterior. That's my girl. Yeah. Okay, folks. First can is down. The first can of beer is gone. And I only have 2 more. But don't panic, folks. Don't panic. I do have red wine and cola and a glass. So maybe I will partake of that next. Here's the red wine. I don't know if you can see the state of my glass. How well does this show up on camera? I don't think it does. Yeah, I don't think I've washed this glass yet this year. Oh, I haven't washed my hair yet this year. Am I sitting on the cheese? I may well be. There's a block of cheese in this general vicinity. I may have picked it up and put it up there. I don't remember doing so. As far as I'm aware, it's here. Yeah, I finished the bread. Sorry folks, you're getting a close-up of my nose and my beard. Okay, this is cheapo supermarket cola, cheapo supermarket wine. This stuff's fantastic. This stuff, folks, is €1.05 for a litre of red wine. There's a reason that we call tramps winos. Oh, I got a bit close to the edge with that one. Hold on. Somebody made a comment about Tina. I think it was it Jack Attack? Oh, I'm waving fingers in front of. Am I sitting on the cheese? Her tummy's upset, or is that normal for Tina? No, she's very rarely of a gaseous persuasion. Very rarely. It's possible what Jack Attack said earlier. So for a few months, I've had my belt fixed around her waist, and then all I have to do is pick it up and away we go, and it stayed on the smallest part of her waist, and that's how I've been picking her up and carrying her back end around, because her leg's not working. Now that snapped the other day, the fixing, the mechanism, however it was. I haven't fully got my head around what broke or where, but it broke, and now the mechanism's not on the belt, so the strap's intact. It just doesn't have the fixings, so it doesn't stay on her. So each time I take her out, I have to wrap it afresh around her waist, and I may not be getting the right location. I might be missing. It might be my fault. There might just be the natural variation because it's not just on her and fixed, because it's movable. It's a movable feast now. It could be that. It could be that she's been off her food a little bit the last few days. It might just be some illness or something working its way through. I don't know. You okay, babe? Can I get a cuddles, Tina? Hey? Come here. Let me get cuddles with my girl. Woohoo! Yeah, you're awake. Come on. How about tickle tum? Tickle on the tum. Yeah. Okay. Tummy tickle. Tina had a tummy tickle. Don't ruin the tent. Careful. Don't kick the tent. Yeah, I don't know, folks. You know, we maybe Tina ate the chicken. Do you know, it wouldn't be the first time, Tina. Shh, what was it? Oh, we've had a few where I turn my back and stuff's gone. You know, you make a sandwich or something, you put it down, and you have to go get something or do something, and you walk back through and your sandwich is gone. Thomas was floored by the price of wine in Spain. You can still, to this day, my friend, you can still buy a bottle of wine, a glass bottle of wine, in the supermarket for €1. To this very day. I haven't been to the supermarket this year, actually. I should modify my statement. Because Tina's not mobile, I'm not mobile, I haven't been to a supermarket. Been entirely reliant upon donations and friends delivering. But you can. So this is 1 litre for €1.05, but a bottle's only 750ml, isn't it? It's less, but you got to pay for the glass. Still approximately the same price. We'll get you an actual glass bottle of wine. Under €1, yeah. And when you're out in a bar, a glass of wine for €1.20. If you go with a red wine, a Tinto, 120, maybe 150 nowadays. Like I said, I haven't been out anywhere. Oh no, Josie's, is that your sister? Josie's sister. We're speaking with her, and suddenly she said, "No, not my steak." And the cat's away with the meat. Yeah. You got to watch the little buggers, haven't you? Cats and dogs will away with your food. They'll be away if you turn your back. Oh, I had it. Oh man, when was this? I had a pack of sausages. This is going to sound bad, but just calm you down a minute. Bin food. I got packs of sausages from a bin, like 3 packs of 6 sausages, sealed, but out of a bin. And I'm assuming someone's thrown them away because they're on the date, the use by date. Now I'm a tramp. I'm not going to pay any heed to use by dates. I fished these things out of. I dug them out of the bottom of the bin. Like I said, totally sealed. Got them home, and I was so looking forward to having these sausages. Fucking ladyship over there beat me to them. I was off outside doing, I don't know, call of nature or something, and when I get back, there's these empty fucking plastic wrappers. Dog! I was fucking furious. I so infrequently get a good bit of meat to eat. So this is a couple of years ago now, or at least a year ago anyway. Dog. Love it a bit, but sometimes I could fucking strangle her. What are you gonna do? One of my best finds ever. It was over the Christmas period. It wasn't the Christmas just gone. So the one before, the one 18 months ago. I was in a bin, and it wasn't a bin on one of my normal routes. It was a little bit further away from home than I would normally go. But I felt inside, I was just having a feel around it in the bin, and it was cold, ice cold. I thought, whoa, someone's emptied the freezer, open it out, and there were 6, I kid you not, 6 steaks, 6 big chunks of meat, frozen solid. Someone, maybe they were leaving the country or something, they've just thrown away, they've emptied the freezer, and just, I got, there was fish, there was salmon, there was salmon steaks, there was beef steak, steak, there was ice creams and lollipops, and it's one of the most fantastic finds I ever had in a bin. Yeah, you got to get that home as quick as possible. And that was, oh man, it wasn't even 18, it was 2.5 years ago, must be. I did not even have a tent at the time. So, Tina girl, hey babe, steady. I had one of these silver bags, these freezer bags, these insulated bags. I had this stuff just in the hedge, frozen in this silver bag. This before I'd even built my first shelter. Oh man, that's a memory and a half. I ate well that Christmas. I ate so well that Christmas. Far better than the Christmas before when I'd been in my own apartment but with no money. I see Karen arriving, or everyone's telling me Karen's arrived. Hello, Karen. Your other half was here earlier. Where are we here? Oh, the three burner stove. You didn't find it yet. Okay, no worries. If you find it nice, if not, no, don't go buying a new one just for me. No. Don't do that. Okay, I think I'm up to date. Karen's in the house. Karen won again at the quiz. You won the bacon. Did you win the quiz, or is the bacon just a prize draw? Is that a raffle? You were at the quiz. You won the bacon again. Good on you. No, Josie, you mustn't. If you find it and you've got it and want to give me something, that's fine. But don't go out buying brand new stuff for me just because you can't find the original one of your own. The builders will be happy. You'll be giving them bacon butties in the morning. Okay. Oh yeah, it's Sunday night, isn't it? Monday in the morning. I lose track of time and days. Even though I did TrampCast earlier and I'm doing TrampCast Hangout now, I still don't necessarily know what day it is all the time. Time kind of loses meaning when you're not working, I guess, when you're not getting up and going out day in, day out. Yeah. See, with my dog being immobile, I don't even get to go out. I don't go anywhere. The other day when Karen had Tina and we went to the courthouse and then I walked back, that was my first time walking through the streets of Torrevieja in... Well, it's the first time this year. And even before that, I honestly don't remember the last time I had a walk in Torrevieja. I really don't. Oh, isn't that that's a weird realization, folks. Karen took me shopping, 15 or 16 months ago when we were looking for the cool box, solar panels and similar. She took me to a bar. Tweeties, I did walk to Tweeties, didn't I? I walked to Tweeties the one time. That really was at the limit of Tina's ability at that point, possibly a little bit more so. How long ago was that? Other people have taken me to Tweeties since. More commonly, they've brought me Tweeties food, but I have... my friend Anthony took me to Tweeties. I think a couple of times. I'm trying to remember whether Tom did as well. I'm not sure. I think so. But I'm not sure. No, he's on a motorbike. No. Tweeties, I did. But that is, I mean, you wouldn't know it, but from here, that's... Basically, you walk up one road, that road ends, and you just jink ever so slightly to the right. Just up ever so slightly right, like it's almost like a staggered junction. Onto another road, and it's just one road up and over a hill. But yeah, I'm not sure that I've actually been anywhere like on foot in Torrevieja. It was the weirdest thing walking back. Where is Tweeties? Avenida de la Mancha. If you know the Needle, there's a Lidl at the bottom of the road, and there's a Lidl at the bottom of the road, and the Needle next to it. It used to be full of radio masts from the internet company. So there's a roundabout and a tower in the middle. Tweeties is on the way to that, on the way down that road, 3/4 of the way down on the right hand side. It's a kind of a famous fish and chip restaurant. It's not really a fish and chip shop, although you could view it as that. But for an Englishman to buy fish and chips and be able to sit and have a beer. Can you hear this? My roof, not my roof, not the roof of the tent, but the tarp. The tarp is in tatters. It's blowing in the wind. I am replacing it tomorrow. If the wind if the wind dies down a little bit, I'll be replacing the tarpaulin tomorrow, the plastic sheet. Yeah, English fish and chip shop. Tina loved it in the car. You say that, but normally she's drooling and tense and yeah. Yeah, I did walk to Tweety's once upon a time. My friend, who was it who sent me the money? The lass from Lytham with the shop. And I'm not going to remember her name now, am I? Why can I not remember her name? She got an eBay shop. She sells ladies' apparel. And Bella Belinda Binney. That's the reason I can't remember her name. She's got so fucking many of them. The lady with 1,000 names. Bella Belinda Binney. Once upon a time, she sent me, I think, 20 euros and told me to go get fish and chips and go to Tweety's. And I didn't. At that point, that was my only money, and I couldn't sanction spending my only, like spending my last 20 euros on one meal. I try, whenever possible, to honor people's kind of stipulations when they donate, but sometimes it's not workable. There's a couple of times people have given me money and said go get a meal, like go get breakfast or something, and it's I'm not spending my last 10 euros in the world on one meal when I can go to the supermarket and get a week's food. Can you hear this? My roof is ripping apart. It's not the roof, it's not my actual roof. The cover that's over the top, the disguise. We put the old tarpaulin back over the top, but it's deteriorating, it's falling apart. Oh yeah, Tina did like the aircon inside the car. That's the cool air. Yeah. Because we don't get that here. I got a fan, which I am going to go and put on in a moment, I think. She's panting now, so I'm going to go and get the fan, folks, and I'm going to try and keep it pointed away from the phone so my Tina gets the benefit. You can't see this, but her back end's against the wall, and she's shaking the whole tent as she breathes. Let me go and get the fan. I may need to rearrange things with the EcoFlow so that the fan even works, and then I've got to be careful that this light doesn't attack me and knock my drink over, because it has a bad habit of doing that. Is Farmer in the house? I don't think Farmer's here. He likes to joke about yeah, the phone is powered. Is it? Are we okay for audio, folks? I'm on 100%. It is plugged in. Sometimes that makes crackliness. If there's an issue with audio, do let me know. But right now, I'm gonna go get the fan because it's boiling hot in here still. Hey, babe, you stay there. Daddy's gonna look after you. Oh, I stood in your water bowl. That's not ideal, is it? Just wait there. Wait. Oh, I fell, Vic. I fell. Let's get your phone over here. Oh. Whoa, that didn't sound good. I gotta move your water and your food, Tina. And your food bowl. Where's the bowl and the water? Oh, put them back by the door where they belong. Okay. Let's have a look here. Can we get it under the... If I can get those legs under the bed. There we go. we might have a chance. Let's have a seat. We might have a chance. Look at that. It's almost like I know what I'm doing. Hold on. Here we go. That's in. That's there. I did turn that on. Here we go. I did turn it on. Let's hook that. So I pull on that, don't I? Okay. Tina has a fan pointing right at her. Oh. Okay. I can shuffle a few things around, including my backside. Let's have a look. Okay, folks. Shall I try and show you? I think I can unplug this. I don't think that needs to be in. We have a fan in the tent spinning away nicely, and it's pointed at. Oh, you can't see my doggy, can you? You can't see my dog. There she is. Look, there she is. Oh, Josie, you do too much. Don't. Fish and chips in September. That would be lovely, but here's my Tina girl though, and she's looking up at the fan. Let me turn the light back off. Put that back on me. I do like to think that I am the star of the show, folks. I mean, I know cheese stuck in the crack, perhaps. Don't say that. Oh, let me. Okay, folks. If you've joined recently, if you haven't hit the thumbs up already, give it a go. Give a tramp a chance. Send a signal to YouTube that I'm in some way entertaining, even if it's just showing my dog sat in front of a fan. Let me know if the audio is affected by the fan, if there's any kind of noise. Andrew G has just subscribed. Well, do you run solar? I have a single solar panel and an EcoFlow River, EcoFlow River 2 to be precise, which is there at the moment. It moves backwards and forwards through the day and, well, between day and night. By day it lives by the door of the tent so that it's connected to the panel, and at night I bring it through here. I used to just have a USB extension cable coming through, but it was losing too much power. It didn't carry enough wattage. It was I think it's a 5, was it 3 meter or 5? I think it's 5 meter cable, but it lost power, and it got a dodgy connection after a while as well. So now I'm plugging and unplugging the what's it called? It's an XT60, isn't it? XT60 cable, and that's taking some wear and tear. I'm gonna have to be careful with that, otherwise I'm gonna have to read up on how to refit an XT60 connector on the cable. I'm getting some grin. The copper is starting to show on the cable. I've got to be careful with that. If I was to bridge between the positive and the negative, that would have nasty consequences. I'm scrolling back to make sure I haven't missed anybody else. I got the cheese in the crack. Yeah, what do you use for power? Yeah, it's a 100-watt panel, and the EcoFlow gives me well, there's a 12-volt cigarette lighter port. I've lost my adapter. That used to give me 2 extra USB ports. There are 2 USB-A ports. There's one USB-C, which I use for the phone, which Samsung pissed me right off with, really, by not following the USB-C spec. So the maximum draw that I've got is 14 watts, but it's very random. I can get as low as 4 watts and as high as 16, and it's as high as 14 and it's rare that I get as much as 14. And then I've got the 220 volt alternating current. We're in Spain, so it's a Spanish socket, which some friends gave me an extension lead with a multiple port, but it was the wrong fitting. Yeah, it needed the cutouts for the earth, and it didn't have them, so I've only got one. I can only run one thing at a time, which is fortunate because I pretty much only need one thing. I don't think. Okay. I do have a TV, in theory, and an electric blanket, and a slow cooker, I guess. Am I a tramp or am I a glamp? Fuck. Guys, I started with nothing. I entered this field with a bedroll. I had 2 picnic blankets and the mattress from one of the sun lounges around the swimming pool. And a bag of clothes and some dog food. I am so fortunate to have built up the way that I have. I mean, I'm basically a beggar. Let's not sugarcoat it. There's a link. Oh, fuck no, don't do that. Don't get the grift on too much. Fuck. I was talking with some preppers the other week, and I'm kind of prepper adjacent. I'm aware of prepping. I like the idea of prepping. I would prep if I was in a position to, but when it comes down to it, when push comes to shove, I'm reliant on other people, whereas preppers are or want to be self-sustaining, self-reliant, and clearly I'm not. And from the moment I entered this field, I knew I needed help. I located myself within the field. There are trees. I could have been under trees and been invisible. People would have never known I was here. But I deliberately put myself out in the open, which has its downsides, especially in summer in Spain with heat. But I had to be visible. There had to be an element of look at me, here I am, I need help. There had to be that visibility. I mean, I watch these guys doing their woodcraft stuff and tying different kinds of knots, and I've learned some things and done some things. Some of it's been useful for me. But on the whole, stuff that's donated. Like, is that midnight? Is that my... No, not yet. I don't know that. Is that... Hold on. Oh, Josie. Thank you, darling, but you shouldn't. I was going to say, folks, things that are donated like these lights that were passed to me. My friend Karen got me these lights. Battery operated. I bought the batteries from not from Temu, AliExpress. Got them delivered. My delivery address, the man in the tent in that field opposite the petrol station. Those lights there were donated as well, weren't they? These 3 sets of lights. These are solar powered. These ones are battery, and I bought the batteries, like I said, from AliExpress. My friend Karen got me this lamp. Donations from you guys. when I got, not the tent I just got, but the one before, I had got so many donations from you guys, I had money left over. That's when I bought the EcoFlow. I felt a little bit cheeky about that. The fact that I'd got so many donations that I had money left over. We got the EcoFlow and then the solar panel. And then Karen helped me fund the cool box, which I think I'm disappointed with. Doesn't work as well as I would have hoped. And what's really disappointing is that I was warned about this, about Peltier device cooling, and that I might have been better off saving up a bit more and getting a fridge. But a fucking tramp with a fridge, a TV, a slow cooker, an electric blanket, electric fan. It starts to sound a little bit ridiculous, folks. I don't know. How are we for volume, by the way? Is the fan disturbing anybody? Is it a problem? I'm working forward now. I did go back. We had the cheese in the crack comment. Andrew G was a new subscriber. Audio's okay according to Jack Attack. Suzanne says I'm the star of the show. No, Tina's the star of the show. We all know that. A bit of cheeky cheese. A good bit of kit. My only disappointment was when I almost got a freezer a few weeks ago. There was a freezer out by the bin, and the EcoFlow failed to power it on the first couple of attempts. Now it has a feature called X Boost, which might have helped, but I didn't have my phone with me, and you can only activate this feature through the app on the phone. So I might have missed out on a freezer. Or maybe the EcoFlow just wasn't powerful enough. I'm not 100%. But I'll be honest, folks, I'll be honest. When I was a kid in the 70s, the idea that you could have all this going on inside a tent, solar powered lights they were a joke when I was a kid. It was like recycled toilet paper. It was a joke that you told about solar powered torches and solar powered lights, because we didn't have the battery storage. We didn't have recycled batteries. So like calculators and things had little solar panels on and would work in bright light. But the idea that you could have lights that were solar powered seemed, well, it was an oxymoron. If you've got enough light to power something with solar, then why would you need lights? You didn't have the storage. It wasn't a thing. So now to have like solar powered lights, I've got a fucking fan running at 220 volts alternating current in a tent in the middle of a field. That would have been an impossibility without running a diesel generator, which would have deafened half the neighborhood. And yet here we are. It's incredible. It's all incredible. It's incredible that it exists. It's incredible that people have helped me fund it. Some of this stuff being picked up. The fan is actually from next to a bin, I'm told. I don't always trust Karen on this stuff. Sometimes she buys things and claims that she's found them. It's bright white. It's so bright white it's almost blue. You know, like your dad's washing powder. It's so immaculate. There's no dust on the fins, on the blades. It's immaculate. It's a little bit wobbly on the feet. its mere existence is incredible. The fact that people have helped me as much as they have, and that in some ways I'm living like a king, aren't I? The other week, the lady that dropped off, I call them the mystery lady, she dropped off 2 huge chunks of beef, the beef cheeks, and they were frozen, and so they kept for days and days. I'm so thankful. I'm so grateful to everybody. Our friend Josie here keeps spoiling me and promising to spoil me even more. She has to slow down a little bit, but thank you, Josie. um, let me get back to chat and voltage drop over a cable run. Yeah, a 5 meter USB cable is always going to be like that. It has that chunky bit in the middle, which I think that's something to help. Maybe it's a capacitor or something to help store extra power, or I'm not sure. I'm not sure what goes on in that big thick knuckle that you get on those cables. But we developed a dodgy connection anyway at one point. Plus, that would be plugging into a USB-A. So by the time it got here, and then I plug a USB-A to C into it, and we're only getting 1 or 2 watts anyway. A bit of a waste of time. Moving the EcoFlow backwards and forwards is suboptimal. It's less than ideal, unless you're going to plug a fan in. And I think Tina seems quite calm, and she might even be asleep. I'll maybe turn it off in a little while. I can always turn it back on later, but I'll turn the fan off now. Oh, what's that? Oh, that's the tablet that's charging. Okay. I got things going on. I think we're okay. How are we for power? 68%. Yeah, there's no chance we're going to run out of power anytime soon. We're okay. Phone's fully charged. I think the tablet's fully charged. It's a very, very old tablet. It's only used for one thing, and it's very, very laggy at that. But I'm so grateful to Owen, the bloke who gave it to me. After I had a Kindle Fire tablet. I had a Kindle Fire book reader, which I loved. Technically, I've still got it. It just doesn't work. It complains it needs a new battery. After the floods, after we got flooded out, yeah. I guess some of the newbies haven't heard that, but yeah, my first day in this field, the field flooded. less than an hour after I got here, I guess. Ruined everything I owned, everything, all my clothes, all my electronics. So I had a phone, a tablet, a Kindle book reader, lots and lots of USB gizmotronics. I had 3 power banks. I had a light bulb on the end of a USB cable. I had about 20 pen drives. I've got about 3 of them left. I don't know. Oh, I had LED light strip. I had an LED light strip. All ruined. All gone in the first couple of floods. Flooded on day 1. It flooded exactly 1 month later, again. And then the council, the local authority, ayuntamiento in Espanol, in Spanish, they did some earthworks. They dug a drainage ditch at the top of the field, and we haven't flooded since. We've been good. But yeah, a guy called Owen came along and gave me this watch, the tablet. I'm not sure if he gave me. I've got a little speaker, a little bug. It's a little. That might have been a couple of guys called Mark and Jeff. Not sure. But he gave me a lot. He brought me a bunch of things, and ever so grateful. He said the tablet was old. He'd stopped using it because it was annoying to him that it was so laggy. Did the factory refresh thing and used it. And all I use it for is YouTube videos. And even that, the YouTube app that was installed on it doesn't work. So I had to, in the web browser, I go to YouTube. I saved, like the bookmark, I saved the page to the desktop, and now that works as like a standalone app. You okay, babe? What just happened? Hey. I think she wants a drink of water now. Do you want water? Go get water. Tina's okay. Yes, yes. Can you go get water on your own without me? Go on. Go get water. Tina, oh, you've fallen off the bed. You're not even on the bed, darling. Sorry. Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know you weren't on the bed. You fell off again. You silly thing. Go, 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 go. Go get water. Go on, go get a drink of water. You're all right, yeah? Go on, go get water. It's over there. Boom, shuffle away. There you go. Nice big drink of water. I'll help you back up when you're ready. I didn't realise she'd fallen off the edge of the bed. She was wedged between the bed and the kind of the wall of the tent. Okay. Do you have a reserve cable? No, I'm cables are the bane of my life. How long ago was that question, Josie? I'm that was 23:34. It's 20 minutes ago. Cables are the bane of my life. They all break within no time. I got a whole new set of cables from Karen and her family, and within 1 month, 3/4 of them were knackered, were broken. Cables just, especially Chinesium, badly made, cheap cables, break so easily. So no, I don't really have spares, especially the 5-meter USB cable. I had, so all of these things, like my lights, 3 AA batteries. Yeah, these are AA's, aren't they? 3 AA's. This light over here, 3 AA batteries. My head torch were 3 AAA batteries. My head torch here. Everything's 3 batteries. I've got 2 cables. So let's say I've got to charge 6 batteries per day, or every second day. It's a right royal pain. I did have 3 or 4 cables. Like I said, I had an adapter that goes in the cigarette lighter socket on the EcoFlow that gave me 2 extra USB outlets. It's in here somewhere. It's within 2 meters of me right now. It's here. It's just not here. I've just got no fucking idea where. So I've lost that, but also the cables all just kept breaking, and I'm now down. Basically, there are 2 cables. One of them is kind of snapped. Let me see if I can show you. If I can do this. Do you see that cable there? Do you see how it's broken? The I don't know what you call this. The white bit that's meant to help it not. It's a restrainer or a strain relief, I think it would be called. That white bit, but it's broken beyond it. It was brittle. The cable. It's only the outer casing, but the cable's fragile. So really, I've only got 1.5 workable USB cables. Yeah, it's... Are you coming back, darling? Come on back here. Tina, come back. Come back to Daddy. Come on. Yes, yes. Tina, girl. Come on. Do you need me to come and get you? Just give us a second, folks. I won't be long. Come on, babe. Let's get you back on the bed. Come on. Yes, 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 yes. I'll get you back up on the bed. Here you go. Here you go. It's okay, little bum chocolate. It's okay, that one. Oh, okay. Here we go. Up you go. There's my big girl. Yeah. You're going to make room for me, though. You're going to let me on the bed. Okay, that's a nice kiss, but it doesn't let me on the bed, does it? Come on. Out the way. Out the way. Let Daddy on the bed. There's a girl. Oh! Come on, sweetie. Yeah. Okay, folks, I'm back. Sorry. It's all a little bit manual at the moment, with our back legs not working and with the belt not being secured to us. I'm having to hook my hands under her belly and hoik her up and move her around a bit, as we discussed earlier. Hey, babe. You're my good girl. It's all a little bit manual. Love the technical details. I'm a technical kind of guy. Yeah, I am a technical kind of guy. Not as technical as people like Jack Attack or a lot of the other people that I hang out with on when I watch Big Clive Live or Scruff Dog. Those guys are proper technical. Scruff Dog's building an engine, a model mini fucking real working engine. I don't know what I'm watching when I see it. I've got no... I don't know what a camshaft is. I don't know what piston rods are. I've got no no clue. But computers I'm technical at. Suzanne is a prepper and bushcrafter. That's the way to be. Everybody should be a prepper nowadays because the world seems to be moving in a certain direction. I think we've got unstable times ahead. And we've got, like when we had the power cut here in Spain the other week, things are in flux. Things are... There's a lot of systems built on top of systems, and the interconnects are not always as well understood or as well behaved as they maybe should be. There's a lot of things can go wrong, folks. Technology is great until it's not. Josie said something there. I'm not sure that I'm... Is that hilarious? Not ridiculous. Karen drove past the fridge at the bin. Why? What you do, if you see a fridge at a bin, you come and get the EcoFlow. You take the EcoFlow, plug the fridge in, see if it works. And especially if it's got an ice box at the top. I've got a trolley as well, or I could just come with you and hoik it into the car. Where are we going here? Hold on. Oh, the freezer was fecked. That is it. It's possible, Jack Attack, but it looked, mate. It looked in such good nick. It was shiny, bright white, so white it was almost blue, like your dad's washing again, like this fan here. It looked immaculate. It was so well looked after. I mean, it makes you question why it would have been put out by the bin, but it's possible it wasn't working. I still kick myself though because of the X boost. Maybe I could have made it work if I just had my phone with me. I don't take my phone with me when I go places. Not that I often go places. We're only talking about going to the bin. Maybe I'd been to the Chino Bazaar. Possible. It might have been a beer run. It's, it's something that happens once a week. Ish. Approximately. Thomas is next to a major international airport. And it's raining, he can't hear the fan. Well, it's not on now anyway, so that's good. Coolbox needs ice to function optimally. This one used to get, last year when I first got it, it was 38 degrees inside the tent. And inside the cool box got down to 13 degrees, I think it was. This year I can't get down below 18. And I've discussed how I had an insect infestation in the mechanism. So it's a little bit suboptimal. I'm still thinking of ripping it all apart and seeing if I can't get in there. Otherwise, I'm declaring like €120 investment as wasted after 1 year. Has been no good. And I don't like that idea. It's not. But yeah, I mean, if friends bring me a frozen bottle of water, a 2-litre pop bottle, for instance, and I put that in, that helps. Mark did that a couple of weeks ago, if you remember. My friend Mark came around during the TrampCast 2 weeks ago, I think now. Yeah, he brought some frozen water, and a few days later he came back and brought me some bits and pieces, including some more frozen water, some more ice. And that has a double benefit, of course, because I've been running short of water recently. So once the ice melts, it's a bottle of water, isn't it? That all helps. Yeah, let's scroll. I'm going to see. Dad Atrosky, deaf as a post, the fan's not going to make any difference, okay. Oh my god, it was from the bin. We keep arguing about this, Karen. The fan. Karen cleaned it. Could be. Wobbly on the feet, aren't we? Oh, sausage roll. Hello, my friend. Have you just... Well, I'm saying just arrived. That was 23:45. I am still 20 minutes behind. I think that's my first sighting of sausage roll in this particular TrampCast. Best place to get stuff from the bins, yeah. I'm still arguing with Josie. Okay. Big thick knuckle on the cable is a ferrite core stroke choke. I've no idea what it does. It stops noise. Okay, that's a noise suppressor. Keeps the signal cleaner over the longer wire, but doesn't actually, it's not a power boost. Okay. Oh, jeez. Wine will be getting warm. I'm doing my best, Jack. I'm doing my best, mate. Look. It is warm anyway. Thomas was going for a power bank. Okay. Josie has lots of spare, I'm not sure, cables maybe, I'm not sure. So I bring the spare one with me. Okay, Big Clive is brilliant indeed. We've got a lot of Big Clive, we've got a lot of Big Clive fans in here. Hello, John Aldwinkle. I don't know whether I've seen you. Is that you just arriving? The Merseyside contingent are in the house. One moment, please. Yeah, Big Clive's great. He's got all these one moment, please, and awkward moment at the end. I try and do that myself when I'm. Love how he says that. Would you do an impression? I'm not doing an impression. Not. He has that that BBC voice as well, though. When he used to do his electronics videos, and all you saw were the hands and the details, and he didn't put his face on screen too much. And then when he did put his face on screen, everyone couldn't marry the two together. His appearance, he looks like a total yob. He looks like a total oik. He looks like someone that you don't want to pick a fight with down a dark alley. But then he's got that voice, that really posh, rich voice. Yeah. Oh, and when he did his first live stream, and it went sideways very quickly. People asking him, is he gay? It was like almost like the second question. Yeah, no, it went very sideways very quickly. It was open and full of rotting food. I'm guessing that this is the fridge that you were passing at the bin. What hours does your power bank provide? Need to know that before you get a fridge. 250 watt hours it stores. It can output something like 300 watts ordinarily, and it will go as high as almost 600. It's like 560 or 580 with this X Boost technology, which, what does it do? I think it lowers the voltage and increases the amps. I can't remember which way round it was, but it can fool some high demand electronics. So nothing like computers and things that are delicate, X Boost would break. But things like washing machines and spinning motory things, it has a chance of pumps, things like a fridge or a freezer. It has a chance. Compressors are a high demand. It has a chance of making some of those things work better, but it's iffy. But yeah, no, it only stores 250 watt hours. I'm a tramp in a field, aren't I? I could only buy what I could buy. I got the base model, the bottom end. My ideal for years, well, ever since these things started, the EcoFlow Delta was always my dream. Ever since a guy called Will Prowse used to analyze these things and evaluate them, and he seems to have done a lot of work in the early days when these things were a what's the website? When you want to fund a new product, you when it's under development, people invest. I got my Pebble. I had a Pebble smartwatch way back when Pebble first started. What's the website? Basically, you fund these things on the understanding that you might lose your money. The product might never happen, but you're helping to fund the development. A lot of these things were on those sites way back, and Will Prowse was like a genius at taking them apart, telling them what they'd done right and what they'd done wrong, what could be improved. And in the end, he stopped. He was basically being an unpaid engineer. he was almost their lead product designer. All of these things, Jackery, EcoFlow, All Power, Bluetti. Did I mention Bluetti yet? Bluetti, all of them. I followed this entire market. I've followed this for years now. But the EcoFlow Delta was my dream, and I didn't have the money. I wasn't in a position to get that. So we got the EcoFlow River 2, and it was marvelous. It's good. I mean, it is what it is. It's the entry level product. Wish I was in a better position, you know. But I'm a tramp. Look at me. I'm a tramp stuck in a field, and I'm surrounded by lights and power and running fans in the middle of the night. Not right now. I turned it off, but it's warm again. I'm going to turn that back on, if that's okay with you guys. If nobody objects, I'm gonna have that on for another 5 or 10 minutes. I thought it wasn't going to start. But yeah, it is what it is. It's the bottom end. It's the you're low down on the screen. I know I keep slouching, don't I? Also, I notice this when I watch back on the TrampCasts and things. Often, the picture, I don't know whether it's the picture you get or whether it's just the picture that YouTube say is different to the preview that I'm getting on screen. I'll often be like well centered, horizontally and vertically on my screen, but that's not what's on the video afterwards when I watch it back the next day. So yeah, that's sometimes a little bit awkward, folks. Yeah. You all right there, Tina girl? You're not going to sneak off on me, are you? The need to lubricate. See, I'm still way back on the... I don't know what's on the bottom of the glass. Are you leaving me, babe? What's going on? I don't think she is. Definitely need some cheese with that wine. It's here somewhere, folks. It's here. There's a block of cheddar. A fraction of a block now, but yeah. Fridge juice, like bin juice. What was he called? Rod Gilbert, wasn't it? Yeah. Whoa, have you gone? She's gone. She snuck off and she's knocked over. Oh, one of my set of lights. One of my... Where are you going, babe? 2 seconds. Where are you? Hey? Did you see her? You need to go out, or are you just sitting by the door? Don't do that. Don't do that. That's naughty. You break things if you do that. Let me see. Whoa! I made it fall now, look. Oh! Lost my lights. And now I'm sat on my pillow. Sorry folks, back again. She's sat by the front door. Hopefully she doesn't... We went before the first TrampCast, so that was 5 o'clock, and then we went before this, something like 9:30, 9:45. It's just after 12. Tina, what are you doing? Don't be a nuisance. Now where are you going? Oh, she's bum shuffling across the tent. I think... Oh, Tina. There's a patch of plastic. The floor of the tent is cooler. And the only part that's like, we've got a carpet in here. I know. We've got a carpet. She wants a part of the tent floor that's not carpet. She wants to lay on the cool plastic. I thought about emptying this corner out for her. Historically, this would have been the corner she would have gone in the previous tent. We haven't quite got the width this time. It's not quite as big a tent. A little bit less floor space. And I'm not sure how she would get in and out of there. So that won't quite work. You okay, babe? Yeah, I think she's okay. She's just trying to find her own little cool patch of terrain. I see you. I don't know if you can. I'll see what I can do. Oh, feet for the pervs. And over there, look at her, there's a Tina over there. Past all those pans and pots and Tupperwares. There she is. She knows she's the real star of the show. Okay, let me get back to chat and see. GoFundMe, not the one I was thinking of. There's Kickstarter, would it be? Kickstarter for when you've got products and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, okay, sausage roll said it there, look. I didn't cheat, sausage roll. I got it independently, but thank you, yeah. Kickstart, put in big letters, okay, everyone's shouting it at me now. EcoFlow Delta, it's the bee's knees, it is the one. He's so far scrolled back to notice. I know, I'm sorry, I am... Kickstart. Oh, John, hold on. The Blue Peter guy. Duh, 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 duh. Yeah, the kids on an obstacle course on motorbikes. That was Kickstart. I'm going to say John Leslie. No, not John Leslie. Peter Purvis. It was Peter Purvis. Way before John Leslie. Yeah, okay. The cheese is beside that cable, probably. The mice have eaten the cheese. Could well be. It's going to encourage them back in, isn't it? I'll have to get those. I'll have to get those mouse traps out again. Cheese has melted under the pillows. Could be. Junior Kickstart. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I do remember that. Now I had no interest in motorbikes, and yet I would watch the bejesus out of that. It's funny how something can grab you, even though you've got no intrinsic interest in it. I guess it's just watching people challenge themselves and doing their best. Yeah, interesting. Now I am caught up on chat, unless, is what I'm going to do. I'm going to test the chat to see whether, so I'm doing top chat and then live chat to see if I've missed anything. No, I think it's all there. I think we're there. Putting big letters. I did get there, folks. I wasn't that far behind with chat. Only 20 minutes or so at one point. That was at my worst. I was 20 minutes behind. What are we going to talk about now then, folks? Anybody got any topics? Science, technology, what do we got? I got the fan on still, which is not pointing at Tina anymore, so it's... It's pointing into no man's land. I guess it's circulating the air. I haven't got my thermometer. I've lost. The thermometer must be keeping the cheese company. I got no... The thermometer lives here. Why is it not here? Then again, why is there a sharp knife here? I don't know, folks. What's down there? Just a couple of beers. Let's get one out ready. I'll get a beer out. I've only got two. Oops. We'll get one out in readiness because, let's face it, this wine's not going to last forever, is it? And just to prove the point, I finished it in one gulp. The beer is on hand but not open. Nope. So who's not here that should be? I don't think I've seen Fama, no? Or ever. Where's Fabrizio? Cheers, John. Cheers, Jack. Thermometer's taking the cable temp. Yeah, I just... You wouldn't think you could loose... The tent's only 6 meters long and what? I can't remember. Is it 3 meters wide? Maybe 3.5 meters wide. There's 20 square meters. And one half of it is just stuff that's stored. How do I lose? So there's a block of cheese. There's cables. Let's think. I've got a knife and a spoon here. So I've got my normal knife and fork are missing. I lost a fork the other week that still hasn't turned up. I've lost the cigarette adapter thing for the USB. Fuck. You wouldn't believe. I mean, I've already told the tales, haven't I, about losing a jacket potato in bed. That's a baked potato lost in bed. That will go down in infamy, that particular bloody story. This lamp, this was one. I took the batteries out one time to charge, and I charged the 3 batteries. Oh, currently there's only 2 because I've lost one of those. So there's a fucking battery missing. But one time I took those out to charge, and I lost the fucking light. This was missing for 2 bloody weeks. 2! Count them! 2 weeks! Fuck! Then you've got the stuff that I lose next to the... Then you've got the stuff I lose, like a vegetable in a bag that you forget about. How the hell do you lose a baked potato in bed? Oh, fuck. There's nothing kinky about it. I used a chopping board as a plate. I made a bunch of jacket potatoes and baked onions in the slow cooker. Just threw them in the slow cooker, left them like all day on and off with the slow cooker, and now I put 3 or 4 potatoes on a chopping board, and I carry it through, and a little wobble here and a little wobble there, and off it goes, and it falls, and you think, no big deal, it can't have gone far, can it? And you feel I couldn't find it, so I sat down and ate the 2 or 3 baked potatoes that were immediately to hand, and the other one was gone. I think 2 hours later, I found it back in 5. But by the time you read it, I'll be back. Cheers, Karen. I am up to date at the minute, more or less. But that, my friend Dadachowski, that is how Chris, right? That is the. I know that you see, there's a Chris and there's a Paul out there. I'm bound to get you mixed up, but Chris's and Paul's. But yeah, I lost a jacket potato in bed, and it was literally an hour and a half, 2 hours later before I found it. And the only way I found it, I had to strip the entire bed, layer by layer, blanket by blanket, quilt by quilt, whatever my bed's made out of. Yeah, that. So that is the tale of how to lose a baked potato in bed. It's something and nothing. The roasted onions, the baked onions are lovely. I really do like that, and they take a fraction of the time of the baked potatoes as well. But to just eat an onion, oh yeah. You can just pick them. You can eat them like an apple. Once you obviously take the skin off, but once you've roasted them or baked them, they're lovely. I do like a nice bit of onion cooked that way. I might do some tomorrow. I'm going to cook some bread sometime soon. I haven't got much in the way of... I do... Karen brought me a baguette. It's probably 3 or 4 days ago now. I'm probably going to do some eggy bread or something with that. That'll be a little bit stale now. But dip that in egg and fry that off. Gypsy toast, whatever you want to call it. Eggy bread, gypsy toast. But then I'm going to bake some bread. I might even make a pizza. Have you ever seen the video, folks, where I made a pizza from scratch? It looked lovely. And then I tried to pick it up. And the whole thing just fractured. It broke into about 100 pieces. I haven't got scales. At the minute, I don't even have a measuring cup. Or, one of those ones with the measuring cups. It means different things in different countries, doesn't it? In America, they measure by cups, don't they? But I mean a jug with gradations, a jug with measures for powders and for liquids. I don't even have a measuring cup at the minute. I own a weight scale. That'll be with the lady that's got my Intel Nook. I do own a weight scale for cooking or baking. I could just get a new one from the Chino Bazaar, maybe. I say just like it's something and nothing. Yeah, I haven't made like Yorkshire puddings in a while. I haven't done... Some of these things are a bit more tricky without measuring devices. I used to have a set of measuring spoons, all of that. I was a bit of a cook, I guess. Baked shallots are nicer. Shallots. Bit too faffy for them. There's a lot of peeling for not a lot of onion. But yeah, I could see that they could be nice. I don't think I've ever had baked shallots. Shallots. We can argue about pronunciation. The EcoFlow's kicked in making a noise. And is fluctuating between 18 watts and 3 watts out. Which is clearly incorrect. What's that say? There's a warning or something at the bottom there. My eyes don't work that good. Oh no, that's just the hertz and how much time. I'll probably turn the fan off. Not because the noise of the fan, but the noise of the EcoFlow. Wouldn't normally need to make that much noise to output 20 watts. Who knows, folks? Who knows? Okay. Karen is back. How long ago? Is that now? 12:30. It's now-ish, now-esque, now adjacent. Okay, folks. Cheers. Thank you for being here. Thank you for keeping a tramp company on a Sunday night. What time did we say? midnight, was it? My time. It is indeed. midnight. 11 UK. 6 Eastern US, maybe. And that was my renewal. That was my renewal. That was my phone, my monthly, the monthly fee going out. What do they call it? Labara, isn't it? It's Labara I'm with. Folks, there are 14 people here. There are only 13 thumbs up. And I know that the 14 of you that are here now are not the same people that would have been here earlier. Some of you haven't hit that thumbs up. This is your reminder. Okay, and again. Did it say it has renewed? Let me just double check, folks, just in case. Tu bono todo incluido 15 ha sido auto-renovado. It has renewed and will renew again in 28 days unless you cancel. What now? Now they're asking me if I need saldo. Necesitas saldo. Do I need to top up? No, you've just taken my fucking money. You've just topped up. Why would you ask me if I need more now? Saldo is like your balance. That's your... Isn't that weird? They send me 2 messages telling me that, yeah, they've taken my money and it's all renewed and we're all good. And then they ask me if I need to renew. What the fuck? Why would you do that? How weird. I think we can all agree, folks, that telephone companies are the same all around the world. Have I ever used Patreon? No, because I don't know how I would get the money out. This is my difficulty. Firstly, I don't think that like I'm anything special. That people aren't going to subscribe on a monthly. They're not going to pay a monthly fee to see me. That's one issue. But the second is, if somebody was daft enough, how would I get the money out? PayPal's enough of a difficulty for me. My friend Karen there helps me. She got me a post office prepaid debit card. And I send her my PayPal funny money and she puts it on the card and then I can spend it. Tippy-tappy contactless payments in the shop. Marvellous. I got no... Prior to that, I would send money to people. I would send PayPal and they would bring me notes of the realm and we would work things that way, which we still do from time to time. It's still nice sometimes to have cash. Again, go back to that power cut the other week, the major power cut that affected this half of Europe, the Spain and Portugal half of France, I guess. Yeah, it's useful to have notes sometimes just in case. And when I moved tents recently, I had to empty my old tent, take everything out, put up a new tent, put everything back in. At some point, I sat down somewhere or did something or moved some way, and I bent. The card was in my back pocket, and I bent it. Whereas in the past, I've bent the card many times and just bent it back, bent it in half. Big white stripe down where the stress on the plastic. But this particular occasion, I managed to put a crease across a corner of the card, right through the middle of where the chip is, and the chip just popped out of the card. Um, whoops. So I rendered the card useless. Now my friend Karen had to go. Well, she didn't have to go home because of this, but when she went back to the UK, she got a new card for me, and but obviously I have to wait for her to bring it. I had to wait for her to bring it to me, and I needed money in the meantime. I had no card, no functioning card. Weirdly, you could pay with your card at the supermarket during the power cut, but the conveyor didn't work. So they kept the tills powered, or probably on some kind of backup generator or something. They kept the tills powered, but not the conveyor. Ain't that something? And you had all these buildings around here that instantly water wasn't available. Some of these blocks of flats and apartment buildings, the water doesn't get to the top through its own pressure. It has to be pumped there by the building itself. And when the power went, a lot of these places just instantly no running water, no flushing toilets, no. Um, yeah. See, when mobile phones first started, they used to brag that all of the masts had a battery, and some would be 3 days backup, and some would be a 1 week backup on the mobile masts. Now, when there's a power cut, we're instantly well, maybe not instantly, but like half an hour or you get maybe an hour of mobile and internet and whatever still being on. There's a limited backup. It used to be a requirement that mobile masts had serious backup. Also, landlines were a protected thing and are supposed to be on a totally separate circuit and are supposed to carry on even when the normal power circuits go off. Landlines are supposed to carry on. Beyond that, public phones, public call boxes in the UK, this is, public call boxes are supposed to be protected and maintained even when other power and stuff goes off. One level beyond that, public call boxes outside a post office are supposed to be maintained no matter what. It was a national security infrastructure thing. A call box, because post office ran phones way back in the day, but call boxes outside a post office should be maintained above all else. This has probably all gone by the wayside now because what the fuck's a call box, Grandad? What the fuck's a landline, Grandad? GPO, yellow vans, yeah, Busby. Who remembers Busby? Before that Cockney wanker started saying it's good to talk, what was he called? He's a good actor. I don't mean to call him names like that, but before him we had Busby. the yellow bird that kept us all in touch. And you were just about to type that fucking Busby thing. Yeah, there you go. Name the actor though that I'm talking. The guy that came after Busby. It's good to talk. Little Cockney. It was in. Was it called The Long Good Friday or The Long Good Night? Whatever that film was. Put in 4 pennies and push button A. Oh, you see button A and button B. That now you're going right back. It was 5s and 10s when I was a kid. You must be older than me, Dadatrosky. It was 5s and 10s, I think. No, I do remember phone boxes taking tuppences, taking tuppenny bits. Maybe 2s and 5s. Yeah. Oh, we're going right back. We're in the 70s, aren't we? Kids now, they wouldn't know what a call box was, what a public phone was. The fact that at the end of a bar in a pub used to be a phone, or sometimes there'd be a kiosk over by the door. Yeah. It's just automatic now, isn't it? That everyone's got their own personal communication device. I was looking around for mine again. I did that the other day, didn't I? I was looking for my fucking phone and I just did it again. I'm talking to it. I'm talking to you through it, but at the same time where's my fucking phone? Oh yeah, there. I forget. Bob Hoskins. Fuck yeah, it was, yeah. It's good to talk, innit, governor? Up the apples and pears. Fucking whatever. Phone boxes have turned into borrow a book. Some of them. Others are, what do you call those heart? A defibrillator. Others are host to public defibrillators. Yeah, but yeah, like them mini little lending libraries, aren't they? There we go. Yeah, Sausage Roll said he got there before me. I didn't see it. I got there independently. You did not have BBC when I was young, says Josie. You might not have. I think we did. The Beeb, I think, formed before the Second World War, but even we had TV, and the biggie was the coronation in 53. She became queen in 52. The coronation was in 53. TV existed. The BBC existed before that as radio, going way back. But yeah, no, it's. Tanner. Hold on, that's a coin. That's not the quarter penny thing, no? Is a tanner a quarter? Quarter of a penny? I remember 2p. Oh, we have 2p. It's 2p. 2p's are still a thing, surely. Oh, you mean 2p in the phone box? Yeah, okay. Yeah, 2p and the pips would go. Oh, man. My dad worked abroad. Do you remember when phone calls were measured in like pounds per minute or pounds per 3 minutes? You can have a 3-minute call to such and such a country for just $5.99 or what, and they'd brag about this shit. Now this is back when $5.99 was a lot of money. That would be like 2 hours' wage for a working man, for a proper working man, a plumber or a plasterer or somebody. 2 hours' wage for a 3-minute international phone call. What the absolute fuck was that? Yeah, no, when my dad went to work in Africa, Jesus, you'd have to plan the phone calls like a week in advance to ring Angola or Zaire or Gabon. Some of these countries don't even exist anymore. Zaire is now the Democratic Republic of Congo. I haven't heard of Gabon in about 20 years. Is that even still a thing? Jack Attack's my personal researcher. Gabon, is that even still a. Does that even still exist? Angola probably exists. But half the oil refineries and pipelines that my dad worked on were taken over by rebels at one time or other or another. Yeah, I don't know, folks. Okay, sausage roll. The you put your name on the blackboard, and whoever answers it, no, he's not here. When the wife rings, the one phone in the bar. No, no, he was in earlier. I think he's gone home. Or no, I haven't seen him. Not today. Yeah, okay. Not there when the wife's call. BBC started in 25 or thereabouts. Really? Tanner was a. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Yeah, I remember the sixpence. Yeah, 2.5 new pence. I remember that being phased out. What? It stuck around a while. Probably phased out about 1980. So decimalisation was it 71 or 69? 69 or 71. One of those 1970 plus or minus was decimalisation. Apparently, there's a photograph of me as a kid with the old coins, the big 1 penny, and the halfpennies with the galleon on the back. Yeah, the big. I mean, those were big coins. Those were as big as your head. Those were almost as big as a wagon wheel. Yeah. What was the one that was like an? Was it 8-sided? No, there was a 20-sided coin. Was it a threepenny bit? A threepence? Was it 3 pence or a third of a penny? Threepenny bit. Which is also rhyming slang. We're not going to go there. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Whether the BBC was broadcasting other countries or not, yeah. The BBC TV launched at 3 p.m. on the 2nd of November 1936. Probably from Alexandra Palace, Ali Pali. And BBC Radio, that would be, yeah, 22. Two-p piece that says new pence. That's what they were called when after decimalisation, everything I think said new pence. But some old coins carried on in use, didn't they? So one of the 10 bob bits, that's a 50 pence piece for youngsters. 10 bob, half a pound. There was the one with all the hands going around the 50 pence piece with all the hands. I think that was one of the old ones still. Some of them carried on in use. The sixpence that we were talking about carried on. There was the farthing, 2 shillings, 10 pence piece, carried on in use as well, didn't it? A farthing. I think that's what it was called. That was 2 bob. That was a 10 pence piece. That coin carried on in usage for quite a few years afterwards. And somewhere around 1980, 81, 82, they started to phase out some of these things, like the halfpence piece was phased out. The halfpenny was phased out. Things like the 20 pence piece and the pound coin came in because it's pound notes before that. Even though they kept shrinking the money down, the paper kept getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And then it became pound coins rather than pound notes, which took me an awful long time to get used to the changing language. I kept calling that coin a pound note, and people are like, it's not a note. It's not a note, you idiot. It's a coin. Some things are, when something's a habit and you're like under 10 or thereabouts, 10, 12, it's been that way all your life and suddenly it's not. That's a hellish big change to adjust. That's a hellish big adjustment in life. That's one of your first moments of realizing that things don't stay the same, that things change. It's been that way your entire existence that you're aware of. I mean, you only have memories probably from 3 onwards. Más o menos, more or less. But when something major league kind of changes, there's always been pound notes, and now there are no more notes. It's a pound coin. And you're, what would I be, 11 or 12? 10, 11, 12? When the 70s ended, all my life it had been the 1970s. I mean, not literally, because I was born in 68, but I wasn't aware of it being 1968 or 69. But my entire existence had been the 70s. And suddenly it wasn't going to be the 70s anymore. And just a few years later, pound notes are no longer a thing. Yeah, those are memorable kind of changes. Here's my mate Jack Attack doing it. Gabon is a developing country, ranked 108th in the Human Development Index. So it is still called Gabon. It is still a thing. Okay. It was hellish expensive to ring there in the 80s, to make a phone call there. Karen has an old lock of a public toilet that takes 2 pences. Back, you see, this is where the phrase to spend a penny comes from, isn't it? But it was literally a penny at one time. And its inflation's got there. 71 decimalisation. I couldn't remember which side of moon landing 69, decimalisation 71. And there's the thing. What you don't know, you don't miss, says Jonesy. Yeah, the BBC was an absolute institution for so long. And then we discovered it was shit. And the big question is, did it deteriorate and become bad? Or was it always bad and nobody told us and we didn't notice? Was it always a crock? That's a really interesting question, because I don't think you can point to deterioration. I don't think you can look back and see it like getting worse in steps, which means it was always bad. I don't know. What's really interesting is when you see something on the news that's happened local to you, and you have more knowledge about that event than they do, and you see how bad reporting on the news was. And then you think, okay, this one story I know about, they reported really badly. But fortunately, all the other news is great. They do that really well. No, probably not. They're probably reporting it all really badly, and you just don't have the knowledge to contradict. It's a question. It's an interesting question. Thrupney bits. Yeah. Okay, we're... They were indeed. There was indeed a 3p coin. Well, there you go, a thruppenny bit. Which is, I mean, let's not get into Bristol City and Bristols and other rhyming slang. You think the Hands one was joining the EEC commemoration, so that's what, 73, 74? Could be. Could be. It's quite a memorable coin, though. I do remember it. Florin, yeah, a florin. What did I get the wrong word? I might have said farthing. A florin, yeah. The 2 shilling coin was kept on after decimalisation because it happened to coincide with the 10p. Okay, I think I'm caught up. Let me. Does anybody remember Bob Job? Bob Job week. Almost as good as Penny for the Guy, but yeah, Bob Job. Cubs and Scouts going around asking if you want any odd jobs doing in exchange for a bob. A shilling, a 5p. How did we get here, folks? I've got no idea how we got on old coins and old currency. It does a 10 bob bit, a 50p piece, a 10 bob bit. Have you ever watched a film from the like the war, and 10 bob was a big note about as big as your bed? Fucking huge. It was that big. Fuck, what the hell was that? You could sleep under one. Hey Tina, steady, sweetheart. But yeah, that's because the God, I'm about to mention the war. I'm in Europe and I'm about to mention the war. But yeah, there was a concerted effort, wasn't there, to counterfeit some of our money. And a £5 note was bloody huge, but the note, the 10 bob note, was almost as big. You could, as a tramp, I could have slept under one on a park bench. Yeah. Careful, babe. What's going on? Do you need help with something? Is Tina okay? Hey, babe. She keeps kicking the water bottle, I think. I'm not sure why. She's probably trying to maneuver around it. Or maybe she's trying to grab flies. There's the odd fly, and I haven't got my fly killer plugged in. I don't even know where that is. Be over by the door where the eco flow lives through the day. Bob a job. Oh god, okay, crowns. Oh, let me try and remember. £1/4. Is it 25p? £1/4, a crown maybe? What coin was worth 12.5p? 12.5, 25, hold on. It's one of those ones, isn't it? It's when you've gone like down to an eighth of a pound. Half a crown? If a crown was 25, then half a crown will be 12.5. But I might be off by a factor of 2 on what a crown was. I think a crown's 5 bob. I think 12.5p would be half a crown. But these were before my time. This all started with me mentioning the post office phone calls, Busby, calling calling Africa. I almost said America. Why did I do that? That's interesting. Why did I do that? Have we got any Yanks here with us? I don't think we have we? I haven't seen any. I don't think we've got anybody from the other side of the pond. Not that's identified themselves. Speak up, folks. Canucks and Yanks, where are you? Whoa. I just had a biddy fly past me. Start with mentioning the post office. Yeah, that happens. The conversation wanders. I do like these this hangout. It's they're interesting. When I watch them back the next, see, I get to enjoy this twice. I'm taking part now. Reconnecting. You are live. Interestingly, almost exactly on 3 hours. I wonder if there's a connection there. Tina girl, what's going on? Can I come and get you, darling? Give me a minute, folks. I think her ladyship needs my input. What are we doing, sweets? If I can move something out of your way and leave you where you are, let's have a look. Where are you? What are we struggling with? What's the issue with the bottles? You're just next to the bottle there. Are you okay? If I can move something out your way, I will. But there's no. I think you're okay. I think you're okay. I'll move. Tell you what I'll also do. I'll give you some extra water while I'm here. I'll pour you some more water, look, so that you can. I know you like to leave yourself a little bit in your bowl, but let's make sure that you've got plenty to go. There you go. Hey, agua para mi amiga. Hey, agua para ti. Okay. I think you're okay. I don't think you need to come into the bedroom. That roof doesn't sound good. All right, folks, I'm back. I'm back. Oh, got to look after my doggy darling. Just topped her water up, moved some stuff around, give her a bit more space-ish. Let's Karen's lost the aircon control. Do you think she might find a potato? It could be. Bloody things get around, you know. They get around, them damn potatoes. Josie was asking which pound. I'm guessing weight versus money. 0.31 second disconnected. Do you pull these numbers out your ass, Jack Attack, or are you in the stats for nerds? I don't know whether you're joking with this shit or whether you're for real. Might find the cheese. Yeah, I've lost cheddar in this bed. Doesn't sound bad. Oh, just shush. It's the trials and tribulations of being a tramp. You wouldn't understand. Where or how did you meet the most of us? I know quite a few of these guys from Big Clive Live. BigClive.com, sorry. And his spin-off show. And then a bloke called Scruff Dog with a single F. SCRUF. DOG. Uh, um, so quite a lot actually just came to me. I started my channel, and so like Karen's husband was subscriber number 34 or thereabouts. And then when I did my first live show, he suggested that she watch. And we've been friends ever since. She came and cut my hair 2 days later. People like yourself, Josie, who came here to the Tramp camp and delivered goodies. That's a big part of my audience is people who have helped me in the real world. Yeah, no, there's quite a collection of you all out there now. There are more than 1,300 of you. The numbers are kind of stagnating a little bit. They're not. The channel isn't growing. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know if I'm bothered about that or not. I guess there's an ego stroke if it does grow. I guess it feels better if it grows rather than shrinks. But it's in a big phase at the minute of kind of holding steady, not really growing at all. It's like I gain 10 subscribers, I lose 10 subscribers. It's just up and down. Now, whether that's real churn or whether it's bots that are then being picked off by YouTube and I don't know. But yeah. Yeah, sausage roll came via Scruff Dog via Big Clive. A lot of us did, yeah. Okay, Josie came via Scottish couple Barry and Karen, Scottish couple in Spain. Yeah, they did an interview with me way back, and then when I got arrested, Barry came straight around to make sure I was okay. Yeah, nice people. I don't think I've ever asked Josie, how far away are you? When you're in Spain, you don't have to don't be too precise, but roughly speaking, where are you? You're in one of those towns south of Torrevieja, I'm guessing. I've never actually asked how far away you are or where you are. Don't, you know what I mean? Don't, you're in public, so don't give too many details. But if you want to give us an idea of where. So you saw me on there, then you drove up the coast to find me. Okay. It's interesting because there are people that set off like for a walk and just walked along the coast and kept going until they found me because they knew I was here or hereabouts. They knew I was roughly in a certain area. Anthony, my friend Anthony and his family, his wife Linda and his son Ronan. Is that right? I think that's right. They were out walking one day and just kept going until they found me. Yeah. Okay, you're looking around to see where you want to be in the future. Tina girl, what's going on? Are you coming here? I don't know what you want, darling. Do you want to be on the bed? Come and sit on the bed and I'll put the fan on. Come on, this way. Do excuse me, folks. Dog. Oh, and insect. Insect. 30 seconds, folks, 30 seconds. I'm going to manhandle the beast. Come on, Tina. This way, babe. Come on. Yes. Come on, this way. Yes. Come on. Why are you wrangling with plastic? What's going on? Come on. Let's get you up and on the bed. Tina? Yes, yes. Up. This way. You're going up and... Oh, Tina, you've missed. I went to throw you on the bed and somehow you missed. What are you doing? Here we go, babe. Here we go. Mwah! Big cuddles. Big cuddles. You're okay. You're okay. Are you going to come up here? Come up this way. Come for a cuddle this way. Come on. It's okay. I got you. Daddy's got you. I'll look after you. I got you. I got you, babe. Yeah. You get a kiss? Besitos para papi. Come on. No besitos. Okay, no besitos. Is this not what you wanted? You don't want to get on the bed with Daddy. Oh, we'll see, Switch. Where's your other leg? You're okay there, yeah? You're not falling off the bed. You're okay. I don't know why you wriggled when you did when I was putting you on the bed. Oh! She wriggled. I picked her up to put her on the bed and we almost missed. I almost didn't manage to throw her on the bed. I'm just scrolling back. I just got a few comments to catch up on. So there's Josie saying different places, looking to see where they want to be next year. This time we're going to stay in Torrevieja, Los Balcones. Okay. Josie, Karen knows it well. Is it a good well? There's always one sarcastic sod, isn't there? First time a real villa with private pool. Okay, that's nice. Present to yourselves. Nice. We're going to stay... Is that the 7th of September till the 8th of October? That's a good... You got a month. If I'm reading you correctly. And sausage roll, still trying to be sarcastic. Oh, okay, folks. Yeah, nice. Where am I with my beer? I'm only about this far down. I've got plenty to go at, and the whole other can waiting. And now I'm having my leg tickled by Tina licking me. Hey, babe. Hello, you. I didn't get a kiss before. Now you're all over me. What about besitos para papi? Besitos. Nom, 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 nom. Nom, 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 nom. Still no. Still no besitos. No kisses for Daddy, but you're going to lick my leg. Okay. That's okay. I'll give you a cuddle anyway. I'll give you a cuddle no matter what. You know that. Hey, babe. Hey, babe. Okay. Tell me what's wrong. Something's wrong. I know something's wrong. Oh, that's a nice cuddle. That's a nice cuddle. It's not a kiss though, is it? Where's my besitos? Besitos para papi. Nom, 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 nom. It's a kiss. It's a kiss. Kisses. No, still not. Still no kisses for Daddy. This is embarrassing. I'm being rejected by my doggy. It's with Mike, or at least that's what I tell myself. Yeah. Hold on, what's that say? I can't see that far down, which is what Jack Attack wrote. Couldn't see how far down. You're low on the screen again. I am. I'm slouching. Oh, and the camera's badly aimed. Is Tina an English dog or Spanish? She is Spanish. She is from a place called Alboth, maybe, down Murcia way. A rescue charity called APSA got hold of her. But she kind of never really made it there. Tina was neglected, possibly abused, and was starving to death. And she identified a family that she liked, by all, so I'm told, and she went and knocked on their door, like with her head. She knocked on the door. They looked after her for 2 or 3 weeks, contacted the animal rescue people, and a lady here in Torrevieja was looking for another dog. She had a dog. She was looking for a second dog, and she fostered Tina for a few weeks. Didn't work out because her other dog was more aggressive. And so this lady was looking for somebody else to take the dog. This was in early December. The lady printed 200 leaflets, 200 posters. I was the first person she gave the leaflet to. She wasted a lot of money on printing that day. I took Tina the next day. Hey, babe. I almost gave my name away again there. You came and stayed with Daddy. Eh? In early December of 2016, this would have been. So yeah, she's had to learn English. And Swedish. We lived with I shared an apartment with a Swedish bloke for 3 years. So she had to learn a few, we've done English, Spanish and Swedish. Although I can't remember many of the Swedish words. Ligg is to lay down. I remember that one. That's about it. Tina's English is far better than my Spanish. My Spanish is atrocious. I can read Spanish better than I can hear it, and I can hear it better than I speak it, which is to say very badly. The Spanish have a lot of the men in particular, very deep, gravelly voices. I can't hear a word. I know all of these Spanish words, and they say a sentence, and I'm lucky if I can hear one bloody word out of the sentence. On top of that, not all Spanish speak Spanish. There are all of these regional languages, these regional variations, and a lot of the old men in particular. So we're in the Valenciana community, Comunidad Valenciana, and specifically we're within the Alicante region. So the Valenciana community has 3 regions, and each has its own language. It's a fucking mess. So sometimes if you hear like the old men playing the dominoes and smacking the dominoes down at night, or playing this game with coins that they do, they're not even speaking Castellano, which is what we would call Spanish. They're speaking totally different language to each other. And that's why you're totally baffled when you're trying to listen to them. A lot of these regional accents, when they speak, they sound like they're speaking French. The accent is French, the words are Spanish-ish. There are variations. Some of these languages are more French than Spanish, some of the regions. But you've got all of this. Then you've got the th, which you're taught you have to do, and then they don't do it. That's regional, whether they bother with the th. So I live in an area called Cala de la Thora, or Cala de la Zora. If you think Zorro with a mask. Zorro is fox. Zora is vixen. or prostitute. I didn't make the language up. It's their fucking word, not mine. But whether you say Cala de la Zora or Cala de la Thora, Cala is cove, not calle as in the street. Cala is a cove, it's an area of beach, cliff top. Cala de la Thora or Cala de la Zora. That's all up for grabs. And if you say the wrong word to the wrong person, they don't understand you. They look at you like you're a fucking idiot. And then someone steps in and translates and says the same thing, but puts the th on the word. I don't fucking know. It's bizarre. Language is really difficult. Oh, I got in a heated argument with a couple. The whole Catalonia thing. I was literally talking with a couple. This was an abuela y abuelo, grandma and granddad, with the kid and the. So they got the grandkid with them, and I'm talking with them for like half an hour, just chit chat in Spanish. And they said something and I didn't understand. And I said, Lo siento, mi español no es muy bien. I'm sorry, my Spanish isn't great. It's not very good. And the bloke flew off the handle. It's not fucking Spanish. He's doing this in Catalan or whatever. It's not fucking Spanish. There's no such thing as Spanish. And off he went, like violently, aggressively shouting at me that there's no such thing as Spanish because he's Catalan. We've been talking in Castellano. We've been talking in Spanish. But I said, sorry, my Spanish isn't very good. And he went off the fucking rails. We'd been having a lovely, friendly chat for well over an hour. Well over an hour. And suddenly, we're the worst enemies in the world. And all I did was apologize because I wasn't very good at speaking Spanish. It's, let me scroll back. Do you think Tina listens to him? She doesn't much, no. In Catalan is a different language. Yeah, I mean, there are 14 of these autonomous regions in Spain, and some of them are split up, like Valencia is into 3 different communities within there's multiple languages, folks. Spanish isn't standard. Tina, what's going on? Josie says she learnt Spanish here in Holland, from the working girls out of South America. By working girls, you mean prostitutes? No, you can, that. I don't think that's what you mean. You want to speak Spanish when you come and live here. It's a good aspiration. It's a good aim to have. Oh, tell a Scotsman that he's English. Oh, there's a fatal mistake. Although, me and a Scotsman travelled to America, and this American was gobsmacked, was really surprised. He was telling my Scots friend, "Your English is really good, considering you're not English. Your English is really good." Yeah. Had to try and educate the American that yes, they speak English in Scotland. Even though you wouldn't call a Scotsman an Englishman, but Oh, I don't know, folks. Some of you people out there haven't hit that thumbs up yet. I know there's different people cycling in and out, and those of you that are lurking and not taking part in chat, you're coming and you're going, but you haven't hit that thumbs up, have you? Really is appreciated. I mean, it's just for the algorithm. It just sends a signal to YouTube that there's something here, that there's activity here, that somebody might enjoy listening to a tramp in a field. They speak Scottish because you can't understand them. Shh. I don't know if you know, but Jack attacks a jock. He doesn't mention it often. Okay, folks, I'm gonna have another swig of beer. I'm getting down the bottom end of this can. I will have to. Hold on. Where's my glass? Oh, it's there. Okay, I moved it out of the way. I'm gonna get the next wine lined up and ready because, you know, you got to have the next one lined up ready for when you get there, haven't you? And we are at the, oh, look at that. We're at the end of that one. It's about the perfect measure. A little bit between a third and a half of the glass. The rest will be topped up with cola. Now I've got two selections of cola here, I believe. I have a cheap supermarket cola. And I think my mate Steve brought me a proper. I got proper. There was some debate as to whether it would be fizzy or not, but it's proper cola. And there's a little bit still left. What did I just, hold on, I didn't just throw that down there, did I? That has to go over there to the bin. That's an empty one. Okay. Karen was out with a Scottish couple tonight and they got a question wrong in the quiz about Scotland. Uh-oh. Josie's husband's granny. Okay, came from Scotland. Scotchland, that's an interesting interpretation of a sweaty sock. A sweaty sock, a jock. This is what we call people from Scotland. When we're joking about them. In America, a jock is a sportsman or an athlete or someone who at least is at school being an athlete. But in England, a jock is a Scotsman because it's a name. Once upon a time, a lot of Scotsmen would have been called jock. The football manager, Jock Stein, wasn't it? He was the Scotland manager for a while back in, was it 78? When Scotland went to the World Cup and did okay? Back when Kenny Dalglish and Archie Gemmill and Graham Souness were playing. Proper footballers. That's how far back my memory goes, folks. Mainly, I remember the Liverpool players, so you Kenny Dalglish and Graham Souness, etc. Oh yeah, the unicorn is the national animal of Scotland, even though it's a not real animal. But yeah. Sausage roll is loosely seen as a Geordie. Yeah, I do this. I lump everybody in the northeast, even if they're Sunderland, who you know, they would be offended at being called a Geordie. But I look at County Durham, Sunderland, anywhere, anywhere up there, Newcastle, Hexham, wherever, I do that. I lump them together. Offends the hell out of half of them. Such is life. A Scottish couple got the question about Scotland wrong. So they said what? It wasn't. Thomas is running out of power. You were running on a power bank earlier, I think you said. Now it seems like your phone's overheating. Oh, yeah. They got it wrong. So they said false when it was true. The national animal of Scotland is clearly a unicorn. It's on all the flags and everything. I don't know about Clive and his unicorn straw. That's a new one on me, Jack Attack. I don't know that one. But, okay. Good night, Thomas. Catch you later, mate. I don't know how much longer I'm going to go. I guess I'll... Oh, what's that doing? It says alarm. No, now I've started. That's a wrong press. That's... No, 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 no. Honestly, I don't know what I'm doing with this. That's the second time zone. That's the stopwatch. And we're back. I've only had the watch 2 years. I don't know how to use it. More features than you can shake a stick at. 2 time zones, 3 different alarms. Countdowns and stopwatches and... fuck noise. I don't know how to use any of it. As long as it shows the right time roughly, to within a minute or 3, I'm generally happy enough. Now we've lost, hold on. There's a conversation going on here that I've got no idea about. And as ever, Jack Attack's in the middle of it. 2 lives back, maybe. Sure it was Pink. What am I missing? How did we get Pink? Pink the singer? Or just Pink the colour? 2 lives back, maybe. Oh, Clive and his unicorn straw. Okay, the last couple of weeks, 2 live streams back. The last few weeks, I've been asleep before Clive and Scruff Dog get going. I've missed the last few. Yeah, no. I don't know how I'm awake today. Pink unicorn straw. I had no clue, mate. I didn't see any of it. It was pink. Okay, I mean that's, you know what I mean. That's Clive all over. I mean that's whenever he buys any tat, he tries to buy pink. He for people who don't know Big Clive's an electronics genius that likes to buy cheap tat, say from Poundland or AliExpress or what's the other one now that we all use, and Temu. He buys cheap rubbish. If you can get it in pink, he will. If it's a vibratory device, he's yeah. Fanny Flam, yeah, Fanny Flamboy. He got a sex doll and filled the orifice with flammable liquid and set fire to it. That was one of his biggest videos ever. You all right, babe? He's bent as a 9-bob note, as we might say, or we might have said back in the day. I'm not sure you can still say that. But he's very, very gay. He's what's called a bear. Big and hairy, and he's not like a camp. He's not a whoopsie. You know what I mean? He's a manly gay man. Tina, stop it, darling. What are you doing to me? But it's a good laugh, good fun, and yeah. But he takes these electronic things apart, and sex toys are not off the agenda. It's all a good laugh. It's all good fun. Tina girl, you're worrying me. But so I've missed a few episodes recently. By the time it gets to kind of 10 o'clock on a Saturday night, my time, which is when he starts, I've kind of been asleep. Oh, and then this week I made it. I was there at 10 o'clock. Only the bugger started at 9, didn't he? And I didn't know because I didn't see the warning a week earlier that this was going to happen. Yeah. Is that you off, sausage roll? Okay, I didn't see that. You're going to head off as well. Back working but self-employed, keeping on top of the paperwork is already a burden. Or self-employed, mate. Yeah. Okay, mate. Hasta luego. Or hasta la próxima. How is the channel called? BigClive.com where dot so okay, there's two things you need to know. He has his main channel. He has his main channel where he dissects the electronics and tries to keep things a bit more normal. He has over 1 million followers. Big B-I-G Clive is his name, C-L-I-V-E. Big Clive. And .com is spelt out as words. D-O-T-C-O-M. Now, his live streams on a Saturday night are no longer on YouTube. You have to go to a place called Twitch to find those. Same name, bigclive.com, where dot is the word, D-O-T, and com is the word, C-O-M. Maybe Jack Attack can post a link, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, last night, yeah, he didn't end when he was meant to end. I don't know whether it was accidental or not. I don't think he would have wanted to trample over Scruff Dog's stream. Probably carried on accidentally to begin with, and then they just rolled with it and carried on, maybe. But yeah, so he has his main channel on YouTube where he does all of his electronics, dissecting things, taking things apart. His Saturday night streams are more raucous. It's like a bunch of guys down the pub. Women welcome, don't get me wrong, it's not a, but it is, there's a lot of sexual innuendo, there's maybe a bit more swearing. If he's on the fizzy wine, he likes to take a soda stream and he's tested it with all sorts, making all sorts of drinks fizzy, but wine seems to have become a thing in making fizzy wine. Yeah, it's raucous. It's good fun. Jägermeister, yeah. So there are a couple of like traditions. There's Jägermeister, like shot glass of Jaeger, like a little toast to something. It's Jaeger on the hour, and there's what are called woofles. Now a woofle is you take lighter fluid. You take the gas that you would put into a lighter and you run it through some water with dish detergent, washing up liquid. So you make a foamy, bubbly, fiery, and you set it on fire and whoof, off it goes. So there are these these built-in traditions, these built-in Jaeger on the hour, also random Jaeger whenever Jack Attack demands it. And then the waffles, the fiery cloud of flame and smoke. So yeah, it's I don't know those words. Horica or Hoeric, those don't. But you worked 26 years surrounded by blokes, I'm guessing you're saying, and strong talk and strong language. Yeah. Spiders getting, yeah, yeah. Uh, his ceiling, the ceiling of the room, that the flames hit the ceiling and spread out. And if there are any spiders around, well, they're toast. They're gone. They're dead. So you've got this combination. You've got him and his electronics. Okay, bars and nightclubs. Okay. You've got this combination of he'll drag out some electronic piece of do hickey, something and nothing, and like a street light or something. And literally, he will bring out like a street light in his house. And start showing you and just talking in general about it. And private clubs and escort. Okay. So he yeah, he will it's a good combination on the Saturday night streams, the live streams. You've got this combination of electronics, just general technical chat, whatever's happened in the news, and just plus whatever other people are throwing in conversation. We call ourselves a technical family. I'm the least technical person there, but these guys are all like mechanics and electricians and automotive engineers and yeah, people who work with their hands doing proper real work, unlike this idiot that's a computer kind of nerd. So yeah, but it is bigclive.com. I think Jack Attack did put links at rants about the BBC. Yeah, when they send out the license fee demands. Yeah, there's all sorts. Okay, yeah, I'm just scrolling back there. Yeah, he did link to the Twitch to the Saturday one. The Saturday one is the one that's on Twitch, twitch.tv. His normal channel is the YouTube one. Like I said, the guy's got over 1 million followers on his main channel. Tina, stop it, babe. That leg's not doing anything. What are you doing? So here's what happened. He's got over 1 million followers. The raucous show, he will take his beard and put it through a funnel and light it, set it on fire. And somebody complained, and his channel was in risk, in danger of being like disappeared, deleted. It's his main livelihood. When you've got 1 million followers on YouTube, let me try and explain how the economics of YouTube works for people that don't know. Every 1,000 views of a video, you can make between $1 and $5, depending on your category, depending on how loyal people are, and so there's money for every now if you've got 1 million, that's 1,000. You're going to make between $1 and $5,000 per video. If that's your main income, and your Saturday night stream gets a bit raucous and suddenly you're in danger of losing your income. So this is every video. He could have been making, let's say, 3,000 on average for a 10-15 minute video, and he could do 2 or 3 a week. That's $10,000. Let's call it, let's say £5,000 per week, or euros. Pounds, euros, dollars, there's not much difference between them now. But if you can be making 5 or 10,000 per week, and a bit of silliness on a Saturday night puts his entire channel in danger just because we're all larking around and calling him a big pufter and whatever, you know. He lit his beard, which is Turkish barbers do that. They'll put flame in your ear to singe, or on your nose to singe the hairs away. He did it to himself. They decided they didn't like that and said that was naughty. So he moved his Saturday night more raucous stream away to Twitch, which is a different platform. It's a different system. It's not YouTube. And so now there's separation. What he does over there, when it gets sweary and raucous and drink and flames, isn't going to affect his main livelihood. So yeah, that's why the separation. That's the history of it. That's why it happened. Basically, somebody complained that he was being dangerous with flames, with fire. There's another instance where he explained why you should not mess about with the insides of a microwave oven. That the inside of a microwave oven, there's a thing called a magnetron, but there's also these huge capacitors and big magnets, and people were taking them apart for the magnets and for other projects, and basically, if you touch the wrong part of a microwave oven inside, if you're taking it apart and you touch, you're dead. There's big capacitors, there's big kaboom, you're big dead. Good night, Chris, Dadachowski. Good night, mate. Catch you next time. So Clive did a video telling people not to do what everybody else is doing. And he got in trouble. They misinterpreted his telling you what not to do and why not to do it. They misinterpreted it as him joining in with everybody else. Yeah, so that you have to be careful. You're only allowed, it's like a baseball thing, you're only allowed 3 strikes. And then your channel's kind of gone. It's 3 strikes within 90 days, and they do fall off and get recycled and disappear. But if your main livelihood is your YouTube channel, then you just don't want the grief. Fractal wood burning, says Jack Attack. You might have to remind me where you're going there, mate. I'm not sure that I know. I mean, I know what fractal is. That's it's like a 4-dimensional math thing with images and like a coastline. But fractal wood burning. Don't know where we went there. You might have to explain. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, yeah. When people take the microwaves apart, and yeah, you take a block of wood and connect all this electricity to it, and it's like lightning, and it finds its own path through the material, and you get this shape. It draws itself, basically. You burn the image into the wood. Yeah, it's a lot like if you've ever seen people put metal spikes into the sand, like at the seaside. You do this in places that get a lot of thunder and lightning, and they're trying to attract the lightning, and the lightning hits the metal, goes into the sand, and turns it into glass, but in a fractal pattern. It's kind of a similar thing, trying to make this pseudo random image in wood based on a, a, a massive power burst all at once into the wood out of the capacitors or whatever in the microwave. Um, yeah, yeah. Cheers, Jack Attack. Yeah, the yeah, thanks for the reminder where we were at. Yeah, David asking for suggestions of interesting channels. You think you're going to leave a suggestion here? Suggestions are always welcome. Yeah, obsidian, I think it's called when it's naturally occurring glass that's caused by lightning. But you get this twisty, uh, random pattern. Um, it can be quite artful. It's really dangerous if other people don't know you're doing it, and you've got all these metal rods on the beach, basically attracting the lightning. But yeah, you can get colours and things as well, depending on the chemistry of the sand where you're at on the beach. But you really, if you're going to do it, you've really got to like fence off that stretch of beach, otherwise it's a death zone. You're you're calling forth the gods to bring forth lightning into this area. Um, yeah. Okay, David, we're waiting on your recommendation, my friend. Always open to, we've just been talking about bigclive.com, who is well, I would say electrical genius, but that's because I don't know. Is he an electrician? Is he an electrical engineer? Is he a lighting engineer? All of the above, probably. But that's where a lot of us guys here know each other from, though. Which goes back to an earlier question. Okay. I shall partake of some wine while I wait on responses from people. We have hit 16 on the thumbs up. Once upon a time, 16 would have been the record. Currently, I don't remember whether we're current 23 or 25 is the current record for thumbs up during the live stream. Obviously, the videos pick up a few more likes afterwards. Not necessarily many, but a few. Cheers, folks. Cheers to you guys that are here now. Cheers to anybody who's been here quite a while, like from the beginning. I think my mate Jack Attack was here early. He thinks it's 25 is the record. Could well be. It was either 23 or 25. 25 probably. But yeah, cheers to you guys. And I'm dribbling. Because why wouldn't I? Oh, that's a fancy glass, Josie. That's a cocktail of some description. It's far too posh for me. I mean, literally, look at the glass. Can you see the state of the glass? Can you see how? I don't think you can. Can you see how dirty this glass actually is? It's literally not been washed this year. A bit like my hair, folks. It's over 18 months since I washed my hair. You don't drink beer or wine. Josie doesn't drink alcohol at all. Or you only drink spirits. Where are we going? Patina. It is a bit, isn't it? The speckliness on the glass. I can see that. Yeah, that would work. Some would just call it muck or dirt. Jack, it's just an unclean glass. It gets used for everything. It gets beer in it. Some beer, cola, wine, and I mean this isn't even wine. This is wine and cola. This is a mixture and a mescla. It's a right mess. No beer or wine. You're not a teetotaler. Everything above 17%. Okay. Spirits. Got to get the shots. Got to get the shots rolling. What did I last have? My friend Steve bought me some brandy. When was that? I think it was when he last left the country, when he was last in Spain and then left. Or was it just while he was here? He just turned up with some beer one day. Yeah, he did. He turned up with beer and wine and cola and a bottle of brandy. Steve. That was my last hard stuff. That was my last. Oh no, it wasn't. I'm wrong again. Look, when my friend Karen left the country last time, uh, they'd got vodka with a multi-pack of cigarettes. They'd bought multiple cartons of cigarettes, I think, and it came with a bottle of vodka, like 200 or 300 ml of vodka. Like Control Liquor 43, I think I've had. I don't really remember what that is. That like a brandy substitute, a brandy type thing? Maybe. And all the other stuff. Wine and cola is a classic in Spain, but more for young folks. Yeah, you see. I'm just a poor guy who's trying to make his wine last longer. It's just a case of spreading it out. But Karen's phone charger isn't working. She's going to have to go and... oh, yeah, you got to be up in the morning for the builders. Okay. Okay, Karen. Well, thank you very much for being here. Appreciate your company. Good night. Everybody say good night to my friend Karen, my great friend Karen. Cheers, Karen. Are we only 4 hours in? 3 hours 57. I started at 10, didn't I? So yeah, we're coming up on 2. Okay. Who knew? And Tina's left me again. She's got off the bed and gone. Where have you gone, babe? Who knows? Over there somewhere. Over there somewhere. I don't think I even noticed her go. She sneaks off. She snuck off the end of the bed and then she sneaked across the tent. Sneaked? Snuck. What's our preference, folk, for the past tense of sneak? Do we prefer snuck? I quite like snuck. That would make it an irregular verb, but snuck. Rather than sneaked, that sounds a little awkward. She snuck across the tent. I'm going with snuck. I do have a preference for kind of old-fashioned verbiage, old-fashioned words. Leapt instead of leaped. Swept instead of sweeped. Dreamt instead of dreamed. I like those words. Swept, dreamt, leapt. Dove instead of dived. Josie doesn't drink whiskey. Oh, I like a nice bit of whiskey. But my whiskey doesn't have an E in it. That's the Irish spelling. I prefer the Scottish spelling, but that's another irrelevance. I'm just picky when it comes to words sometimes. Despite, if you see my spelling at the minute, it's atrocious. I spelled TrampCast wrong earlier. The fuck? If you pardon my French. I spelled TrampCast wrong. This phone has a habit of messing about with me. Suzanne Hibooks 62 is leaving us as well. Good night, Suzanne. Thank you for joining us. Oh, Josie became aggressive from whiskey. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. David likes I don't even know how to say it. Quantra? Quantra? Quat yeah. That Smirnoff Norsk was super. I didn't see that, Jack Attack. Smirnoff Norsk was superb. Then they stopped making it. Uh-oh, that's not good. Okay, I think I'm caught up. Wine and cola is a classic in Spain, but more for young folks. Ah, what's what's Tinto Verano made of? Isn't that basically wine and wine and cola or wine and lemonade? And then you've got the other one, haven't you? The classic one, which I can't remember the name of. Somebody tell me. It's red wine, lemonade, bits of fruit, and everyone in Spain has it, and I can't remember the word. Why can I not remember the word? Because I'm thick. Sangria, thank you. Bloody hell, I'm my it doesn't the connections don't always the synapses don't link up. Yeah, sangria. I don't know what these things are made of. I don't know the difference between sangria and Tinto Verano. They're fruity, winey with pop mixed in, whether it's cola or lemonade or whatever, plus the fruitiness. Um, okay, I had to go back again and see what I'd mixed. Um, sangria. Yeah, it's one of those things that people who arrive in Spain on holiday, they'll just get a jug of sangria on the table, and I think you're paying over the odds for what you're getting. It's watered down wine with lots of ice and a few slices of orange or lemon or whatever you're gonna go with. But it's almost de rigueur. It's overdone, the sangria thing. Um, Probably, in my humble opinion. Here we go. Jack attacks off research. He's been off asking. Are you just googling that, or are you getting? Have we got an AI? Is this an AI generated answer? Equal parts chilled red wine, lemon flavored soda, like Leah Casera. Um, here's another thing. Yeah, they don't have the word lemonade in Spain. And if you ask for lemon or limon, they're automatically going to default to Fanta. Fanta have cornered the market for orange and lemon in Spain. I'm guessing that they must be I'm guessing they're a Spanish brand. But yeah, you got to go Casero or Gaseosa is your normal like cheap supermarket lemonade as we would know it in the UK. Basically fizzy water with a hint of lemon. Casera and Gaseosa, the other one I mentioned, wasn't it? Yeah, if you ask for lemon, you're gonna get Fanta. I don't know. I don't know how that happened, why that happened. It's expensive for what it is. But if you ever see American Fanta, the orange, it's not orange. It's bright fuck off red. It's Google um, Fanta orange America, and the entire. Do you see this lid? Do you see how red this lid is? Like fluorescent fuck off red. That that is Fanta orange in America. It's fuck off in your face, post box red. Oh, gaseosa equals lemonade. Yeah, yeah. The American Fanta orange. It's not even orange. It's fuck off post box red. It's they even they were even bitching the other day about Heinz ketchup. They called UK ketchup UK Heinz. So Heinz, the same thing in two different countries. Heinz ketchup in Britain, they complained was brown. Again, because in America it's so vivid, shocking red from all the colorings. It's off the chart red. Oh yeah, the Mexican variations, yeah. I've seen that with some drinks. I don't know whether Fanta was one. But yeah, I do. I watch a lot of these channels that are either Americans living in Europe or Europeans that have moved to America, and they're like the culture shock, the differences, whether it's simple things like the shape of the plug and the socket, the electric outlets, as I would say socket, they would say outlets. Whether it's that, they're obsessed with whether you stand on the plug in the middle of the night. If you've unplugged the plug and left it on the ground, and you're gonna hurt. We just don't unplug them. We've got an on-off switch. Why would we be fucking unplugging them? But yeah, and then the reverse culture shock when someone who's come from one country lived in another, and then they go back home, and it's a whole nother level of culture shock all over again when they learn about or relearn or re-experience. I guess they know, but they re-experience those differences. Yeah, no, they're fascinating. I do. I enjoy though. It's bizarre. It's bizarre to kind of live vicariously, watching other people's surprise at differences. I'm weird like that. I also watch other people watching films. Do you do this? Do any of you guys watch these reaction channels? So they'll watch Zulu or something for the first time. They'll watch some classic film, The Maltese Falcon or something. And I'm half watching the film and I'm half watching their reaction to the film. And it's kind of fascinating. Or songs. There's a girl, what's she called? The something voice. Oh, what is she called? So you've got this like professional musician. She's like an opera singer who also does voice coaching and singing coaching. And then supposedly, this is the part that gets me a little bit. She will listen to like Freddie Mercury or Queen for the first time. The first time, allegedly. This is a professional musician who's never heard of Queen or the Rolling Stones or whoever. And yet I still find it fascinating watching her reaction and her analysis of these singers and of the music and of everything around it. Charismatic voice, thank you. That is her indeed. The charismatic voice. But I don't believe for a minute that she's never heard of Queen. How could you be a professional muso and not have heard of Queen or The Who or the Rolling Stones? A lot of this first time watching or first time listening, it can't possibly be, can it? It's they're playing up to it. Now her analysis and everything is spot on. I just don't believe that she doesn't know who Queen are or who the Rolling Stones are or the Who or whoever, you know, whatever the band is that they're analysing. Um, the charismatic Jack Attack, you are really good at this, mate. You are my personal fucking researcher when I can't find the right words. um, but do any of you guys watch this stuff? Smells clickbaity, yeah. When they're claiming, how could you be a professional musician and not have heard of Queen or Freddie Mercury? She did Aha the other day, probably a week before Morton announced that has he got cancer or something, hasn't he? He's on his way out. Maybe, well, that might be overstating it, but I think she did that their one big hit, Take on Me, wasn't it? How could you be a professional in the music industry and not have heard of these people? You can't. Sometimes I watch Americans who are clearly of a more rapper persuasion. They're black bright. And they've never heard of maybe they've never heard of Queen, or they've never listened to some of these, and I find that slightly more believable, especially if they're only in their 20s or 30s. Like I said, they're from a different musical genre. Can I say that? You know what I mean? They're brown, black. It's entirely possible that they've grown up entirely listening to rap, hip hop, whatever you want to, whatever flavor of music you want to call that. So I find that more believable that they've never seen like Simon and Garfunkel or yeah, whatever. Those others that I listed earlier. That's more believable, at least. I still don't always believe them. But I'm still entertained. I'm still enthralled. I'm still watching their reaction and their analysis. I don't know. Is it just me? Hello, who are you? Says Ragnar. I've met a Ragnar here in Spain. Are you Ragnar that lives in Torrevieja? Brought me a bag of food a few weeks ago. Same person? Or just... I can't tell from the icon. I can't see your logo, your picture. Hello, who are you? I mean, that's an interesting question to just jump in with. I'm a tramp. I live in a field. The Aha video was brilliant, Jack Attack. It absolutely was. The animation, the pencil drawing, all of that. Hello, who are you? Who am I, folks? Does anybody want to kind of hazard a description of who I am? I'm that bloke off the internet. I'm a tramp who lives in a field in Torrevieja. A homeless guy, a hobo. Shall we go through the whole list? How many of them can I remember? A tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some would say a bum, someone who lives on the street. Or in my case, in a field. I've missed some somewhere. I used to include vagabond because that's a kind of a Spanish-ish word that we also have in England. I think it has more conman connotations, but I'm not sure whether to keep that one in the list. But yeah, I'm that guy. A homeless man who someone bought a phone for and allowed me to go on the internet and ask for help. Trapped by circumstance in Spain. Possibly not for too much longer if I read the result of the court case tomorrow. For anybody who's just joining, they decided to have a court case about me. But they forgot to invite me to the court case. And they had this court case 2 months ago, apparently. And only now are they mentioning it. And they demanded I turn up at the courthouse to pick up some paperwork related to said court case. And I've procrastinated, I've delayed, I've waited. It's been 3 or 4 days, and so far I haven't looked at the paperwork. Because let's face it, it's not going to be good news, is it? Obviously, whatever the result is, I'm going to be appealing. You can't just have a court case and not invite me. That's just fucking wrong. That's after 5.5 years, folks. 5.5 years. They then had the court case and waited 2 months to even tell me that they'd done that. That's incredible. That's incredible. You can't do that. But they did. And I'll have to undo that. Which reminds me of a TV program called 7 Days. The pilot episode. The president of the US and the USSR and the vice president of the US killed in a terrorist attack. But it's okay. We're going to undo that event. And they backstep. They time travel back 7 days so that that event never happened. So yeah, that's me saying I'm going to undo that event. Frank, what was the character called? 7 days. Frank Parker, Mr. Parker. The Russian girl always called him Mr. Parker. What was her name? Not Volga. She was a babe. I've gone off on one, folks. Tangents from tangents. Just because somebody asked, who are you? Ragnar asked, who are you? Hi, Ragnar. I don't think you're a tramp because you have internet. Well, then you think wrong, my friend. 2 ladies clubbed to... So, when I was first made homeless, I had my own phone, I had a tablet, I had a Kindle reader, book reader. Everything was destroyed in a flood. This field flooded. I went 5 months with nothing. No clock, no watch, no lights, no nothing. I had nothing. I literally lived in a field, not even in a tent, not in a shelter. I lived in a fucking field. Just me and my dog. And we would walk in the morning, we would walk 500 meters, and I would hang out my blankets to dry, because every night they got wet from dew. And after a while, 2 ladies started talking to me. And after a while, they said, oh, we're going home. We're going back to Sweden. But before they went, they said, we want to get you a phone. We want to buy you a phone. And they did. They bought me a phone. They paid for 2 or 3 months of internet, well, a phone connection. And I used that phone. And I started a YouTube channel. 18 months later, that phone broke. And another lady, a friend that I'd met online because of the YouTube channel, she gave me a phone of hers that's kind of slightly broken, doesn't quite work properly. She gave me her phone. And that's me here now. So whilst you might not believe I'm a tramp, You have to look back about 6 weeks. Look at the state of the tent I was living in. When I took plastic sheets off the top and there was nothing left of the underlying tent. There were the bones, the rods, the poles. The walls were all missing. The roof was all missing. I had the shell, I had the framework of a tent and some plastic sheets hung over the top. So whilst you might not believe I'm a tramp, I'm a tramp. How's that? Does that satisfy you? More of a glamp? Yeah, I said that. That was my wording from earlier. Your parents are from Catalonia. Okay. Your name, or at least your handle, sounds Norwegianish. You sound Norse with the Ragnar. Yeah, it doesn't exclude. Yeah, just having a phone doesn't. Are you in a bunker? No, I'm in a tent. I'm in a tent. Why did you say bunker? Maybe there's a translation issue, I don't know. TrampCast 001 explains it all. This is true. Thank you, Josie. It does indeed. Didn't mean to be rude by saying that about internet. God bless you. It's okay, mate. Questions are welcome. New friends are always welcome. We're all good. Yeah, I have friends who donate some money to PayPal, and then my friend Karen converts it sometimes into cash and sometimes puts it on a card so that I can tippy-tappy spend in a shop. You're from, yeah, Ragnar, I think he was Norwegian. And yeah, he lives in one of the houses at the top of the field here. And he was going to leave to go back to Norway, not coming back until it gets too hot. The Norwegians typically will go home during the summer. And he brought a bag of food. It was his second time coming to bring me second time bringing me food. But yeah, Ragnar. Ragnar is a Nordic name. Yeah, it's I guess Ragnarok, which is what, the end times, the end of the world, something like that. I don't know. Who was the guy that I met? Oh yeah, I once met a guy called Gorm, which is another apparently Norwegian name. Now in English we have the word gormless, and nobody knows why. But to be gormless is to be stupid. It's to be lacking in wisdom. But there's no such thing as to be gormful. Nobody knows who or what a gorm is, and yet I met Gorm. So apparently, way back, Gorm was a wise tribal leader, and then when Gorm died, the tribe made some bad decisions and were thus described by people as lacking Gorm. You are now Gormless. You don't have Gorm, and you're making silly decisions. So yeah, interesting names, and how those are passed down, and then we lose track of where those words and names even come from. Yeah. Okay, nothing's scrolling. There are no more. We're coming up on 4.5 hours, folks. We might call it quits in a few minutes, maybe. I don't know where else we're going to go with this conversation today. I'm going to hit top chat and then live chat and see whether you have a Northern English accent. I do indeed. I'm a Barnsley lad. I'm from Yorkshire. Originally. Then jumped to the Pennines to a place called Morecambe and Lancaster, and spent most of my life, not all, but a big part of my life in that area. So yeah, I'm a northern lad. I did live and work in London for a little while. I've been around other places. I've got an insect on my nose, apparently. So yeah, I travelled around, but I'm a northern lad at heart. Um, yeah. TrampCast 001 has the full backstory. It's 2.5 hours long. Somebody rudely asked me a question the other day, rather impudently, and when I pointed them to TrampCast 001, they got all rude and arrogant and how dare you expect me to listen to 2.5 hours of. And it's like, mate, you asked. You wanted the backstory. It's all there. You can play it at 1.5 speed. You know what I mean? You can speed it up. Take you about an hour and a half maybe. But yeah, it got all. Nah. I don't think I banned him in the end. I didn't ban him. No, I did the pin of shame, didn't I? That was him. I pinned his comment and I just let everybody else see what he'd said. Yorkshire is way up north, fairly. I mean, there are places that are further north, like Sunderland and Newcastle and that whole Geordie territory. Or oh, Josie, bye for now. Catch you next time. Or you could go really north to a place called Scotland, like my mate Jack Attack, who may still be here. I'm not sure. You there, Jack Attack? Away from keyboard, or are you a recording? But yeah, yeah, Jack Attack's still here. Okay, there you go. Scotland is nice. He thinks so. I oh, I lived in Dumfries, which is about as far south within Scotland as you can go, I guess. It's only just over the border, isn't it? Dumfries and Galloway. Um, I didn't dislike it. I didn't dislike Scotland. I'll be honest, the most Scottish people I met either in a doorway in London or on the train. Um, I joke. I mean, I lived in Scotland. I met loads of Scottish people, obviously, but you meet a lot of Scots in bars in London or in doorways in London. Um, okay, Ragnar, is that you off? Have a good night. Peace be upon you. Um, okay, that's an interesting choice of words. That makes me think Muslim. Would I be too far off there? I think you're going to. You're probably not going to answer, but my guess there, based on that wording, would be Muslim. Okay, yeah, became a Muslim last year. Okay, my friend, no problem. That's each to their own. David is off as well, down in Zaragoza or Zaragoza. Well, I don't know which one of the two do you do the th, or is it regional and you don't do them? It's just Zaragoza. You guys are all. I think you make this up as you go along. He says offending every Spanish person ever, everywhere. But the whole is quite when to do it, when not to do it. All seems quite random to me. Um, I think I'm going to call it quits as well soon, folks. I think I'm going to call it quits. We're coming up on 4.5 hours. Um, we hit 18 on the thumbs up as far as it's showing me. I don't know if anybody else can see more than that. The number of people present is lowering. We are down to 5, so I'll probably call it quits here. I would end in the tradition of the channel, except I've got no idea where she is. She's over by the door somewhere over that away. So I'm not gonna. Let me see whether I can. Hold on. Let me see whether I can turn that around. If I put the light on, can we see her? Oh, she's over there laying down on the floor, look, but she's at an awkward angle behind the lamp, not lamp, behind the fan. So from Tina. Oh, need my other hand. And from me, Delta Mike. Out.